We are live. I hate how StreamYard starts things. I got to play my intro. Here we go. There we go. There's an intro. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my good friend, Joe.
Good evening. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
Excellent. I noticed that when I'm coming on your show, I get more of towards the end of my stream, which, in case you are unaware, you viewers out there, I know Nick is aware.
Yeah, I know this.
My stream ends when Nick starts. I start 2 hours before him, and I always end in time for Nick Ricada, which when I'm coming on here, I'll get more of that flow coming in towards the end of my show. And I'm always mystified. Like, I see in your chat, like your pregame chat over here, you'll have like 200 people talking amongst themselves, waiting for your show to start, even though A, they know you're going to be late and gay, and B, they're just talking amongst themselves. I'm like, really? Am I distracting you by talking at this? You couldn't do this in my stream? Like, is it hard to flip over? Is that something that's confusing people? Like, why wouldn't you just like join in our conversation over there? Especially during the last half hour when I'm doing humanities. Like today, I end up falling into I accidentally fell into a really great humanities question, which I'll throw at you, which is if you're a creationist, some creationists believe God created the world.
Okay.
And used evolution.
Right. Gotcha.
And my question is, why does any creationist come on to that argument? If you don't believe in God and you want to say evolution is how we all got here, okay, that makes sense. Once you start with the presumption that God exists and that he created whatever, what is the thinking that would lead someone to think that, like, yeah, the method he uses trial and error. If he's omniscient and omnipotent, which most people who believe in God tend to believe, he knew that ultimately we're going to end up with chickens and giraffes and turtles. Why would he bother with the whole trial and error instead of just making them flat out?
So I can answer this.
Oh, okay, great.
I was talking to him earlier. Look, we're in pretty good terms.
Okay.
No, I think the answer to that would be that God wanted to create a system of rules that would make sense, even if the outcome was what he was intending. So if you have evolution, right, like as a system of rules or a structure that will produce some sort of outcome over time, you expect time to keep going forward for a while, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you set up a system that goes backwards in the same way so that it makes a logical sort of sense. It'd be like, well, you create the beginning so that the middle makes sense and can proceed on towards the end so that it's intelligible.
So wait, you think creationists believe that there's an end, that there's a stopping point for the earth and universe?
Christian creationists definitely think there's a stopping point for the earth, right? Like, because
by the way, so do Jews also.
Yeah. So the Christians would believe that Jesus would come back, and then I guess the Jewish end times would be when the Messiah comes the first time, right? Like that.
Correct. Right.
Okay. So yeah, at some point there will be messianic intervention that will go ahead and end the thing. So and at that point, I guess there's a split on, will this earth be like perfected and cured from its brokenness from the fall, or will we go into some sort of heaven that's an alternate place? And I don't really know. I just isn't
okay, but
isn't heaven just like a deli on every corner? Like,
I actually can tell you what heaven is, but I'm not going to do that tonight. But I know exactly what heaven is. But that's
Belinda Carlisle told me what it was. I know it's a place on earth. That's
right. You're showing your age now, but
I did that once I bought the high def camera. Actually,
your whole thinking about there being we're in the middle and that there's an end implies that during the course of humanity, there's going to be further evolution. In other words, our time here is not such a small blip that we're not going to see any evolution, but that we're actually going to be here for such an extended period of time before the end of times that there's going to be further evolution
of something. It doesn't necessarily have to be for humans.
I don't think that Jews or Christians believe that the blip of time we're here is sufficiently long for there to be actually any kind of actual evolution, because evolution takes place over millions of years, and most creationists, whether they're Jewish or Christian, tend to believe that the end of times will be, if not in 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 years, within 20,000 years. That it's not going to be a million years.
Evolution of some species takes extremely long amounts of times, and then there's evolution of like various insects or plant species that takes very short amounts of time.
Such as,
I don't remember. There's
just
like a
now.
No, because I used to argue this stuff, and lo and behold, in arguments, I would sometimes learn things, and you find out that there have been like observable evolutionary stages that involve full speciation in some insects and plant varieties. I don't remember which ones, but I mean that's how scientists classify these things. But maybe that's just humanity's imperfect way of classifying the reality around them. I don't know.
Well, I credit you, whether or not you got the right answer, I credit you with giving a justifiable explanation as to why that would be a basis for God to engage in the whole trial and error of evolution, rather than just saying, I'm going to start with the turtle, start with the chicken, start with the giraffe.
Look, no, we got destroyed in the chat. King Boom 777 says, I mean, humans went from humans to sheep in just 100 years. So like he nailed it.
Wow. That's the line of the night. Wow. It's like we can only go down from there. That's great.
Yep. It's that kills it. I love it. That wins. No, I think it's an interesting discussion, but I'm just my whole thing. Not that this is not like a weird God stream or anything. Right. That we're doing. I would do one of those, but I wasn't planning on it tonight. I mean, we're going to be talking about Activision, and that has some decidedly undeified things going on.
Right.
But my whole thing is always like, I don't know if I'm supposed to know what happened in the past, because I don't, like, okay, so let's do this. Here's the real mind warp. According to physics, creation doesn't need to have occurred yet.
These are just people who are trying too hard to be deep.
That's not deep.
What does that mean?
Okay, so we know that time exists in multiple instances across, because like if you travel at fast enough speeds, you experience time differently, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that must mean that there's more time that exists than just the instant moment that we're in, because our instant moment is different than someone else's instant moment based on the speed that they're traveling. They're two different instances.
Say that one more.
Okay, so time cannot just exist as the instant of now, because time literally changes based on the amount of gravity that you're nearby, based on the speed that you're traveling. So we know that time exists at a different instant somewhere else at the same time as now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We know that.
If time is moving slower from someone else, they must be in a different time than I'm at.
Right. So then
this is not just a time zone thing, but this is actually like
actual differences in time. So if we know that more time exists than this instant, we know that considerably more time must exist than this instant, both past and future, because the faster you go, the bigger the difference. So if that's the case, then the implication would be that time itself had to be created in one swoop along with the rest of creation. And therefore, time going forward and backwards is all created at the same time. So it doesn't matter when God enters that time stream. It's like a loaf of bread, right? You take a slice out of the middle, but the whole loaf was made at the same time. So if God is a baker, he made it all at once. And it doesn't matter what point he decides to stick his knife in to inject creation.
But the one thing we do know is he does not need to make a cake for a gay couple. So.
That's right. And thank God for that.
that was actually a brilliant brilliant deep thought that I've gotten for you, and it took like 7 months of me coming on your show. But that was actually very insightful and something I had never really considered before. That there must be different places of time by definition, if you're saying the different speeds of time, and I never really considered that, and that has to be true. So, wow, great job. Now I have so much more to think about.
Yeah, you should read some books by Brian Greene. That guy's pretty cool.
I should read some books, period. So
maybe. I don't believe in books. You know what? Like, I thought that was left out of creationism for me. I'm like, what a god, what, he's going to evolve trees and make pulp into paper? That's stupid. Why wouldn't he just make a book?
I don't believe in ebooks. I will tell you this. It took me a long time to transfer over because I'm old enough as a lawyer. You've been doing this for like 19 minutes, but I've been doing this for like 2 decades. And I remember when all of our research had to be done in a library in actual physical books that you had to open up, like you see like in the movies from that they actually had libraries, or like some YouTube artists will pretend to have behind them. And we actually had to find the right book. You had to, research and find the right book and look it up and actually touch the paper, get to the right page. And to me, that was like it just felt more tangible than like when you were like going, than just like scrolling, just like taking my mouse and scrolling and stuff like that. It took me a long time. It shows what a boomer I am. It took me a long time to really adjust to doing research online. And even though even back in my day in law school, which it was like 6 years after Dirt was created.
You're in mud huts,
right?
Studying overtones.
No, before
stone tablets on metal rings is what.
Yes, yeah. And Moses, Moses like was like the best lawyer out there. No one knows this. It's a little known fact about him. He was the best lawyer. Had a phenomenal sense of humor. So I remember one time we were sitting by the lake, and he was just like, "Dude, you guys don't even know how I'm going to rock the world in this whole Egypt thing." So yeah, it was a transition. It's obviously much easier to do it now online, and it's much easier to sound knowledgeable even if you're an idiot.
And that's what I do every day.
Yeah, and you sell it really well. That's why you're the king of the grift.
Yeah, that's the whole trick. It's the whole shebang.
Sell it well.
No, I was actually talking about this because this is what YouTube is in the education sphere of YouTube. Because like you can do education on YouTube, but what qualifies as education, by the way, do you know that I at one time was, and I may still be, the #1 education super chat earner on the planet.
Are you really?
I at least was. I may have because it's based on how you classify your stuff. And so for a while, like my my parents would tell people, "Oh, he's the #1 educator on YouTube" and stuff like that. So it's a good joke. But no, so the thing with YouTube education though is that it doesn't have anything to do with education, because people don't want that, right? Because educating on a subject takes hours and hours and hours of study and thought and reading or lecture to get into this thing. But YouTube videos are 8 minutes, man. You don't have time for all that. So what they do, and this is how YouTube is the great boon at parties, and this is the content that's popular in the education sphere, is you give people a factoid. You give them a talking point to do. And so what you do is, and a lot of the channels about physics and engineering and stuff like that do this. It's like they're not teaching you vector mechanics, because that's horrible if you don't know math, or if you're me. But they'll give you enough facts to go in and tell people about how a particular engineering or physics or chemistry thing works.
Right.
And it's like, these people can't like give you the molar weight of cesium, and they're sitting here telling you about like a deeply complex chemistry reaction at a party. And you're like, you watched a YouTube video on this, didn't you? You liar. So it's like, you're not a chemist. You work at a Denny's.
So I want to I want to make this this point that you're touching on here, and that is, first of all, when you look at the creators who will repeatedly get 2 million views, or many millions of views, they're all physicists. They're all like these people who basically find a way to creatively show you how I can make the world's fastest go-kart, or let's see if this baseball will go through, if we get a machine that can throw a baseball 2,000 miles an hour, will it go through a baseball and make kind of stupidity? And you don't need to be a scientist, you don't need to be a doctor, you or I could do this. We could claim to be anything. And
well, if I dump like $2,000 into a video to produce it, I can make a baseball go pretty damn fast.
Right. So trust me, they make more than the $2,000 back on those.
Right. Yeah, no, I know. I was watching this video from this guy. He's a big creator and he does this engineering stuff, and I'm not dumping on him. I actually really like his stuff. His name's Mark Robert, I think.
Oh yeah, sure. He's phenomenal.
He made this squirrel maze thing, like this.
Yeah, and I saw the squirrel maze. That's one of the first videos of his that I saw.
Yeah, Lady Rackets and I are just sitting there watching his second version of the squirrel maze and all this stuff. And, he is dropping these nice little facts about squirrels and showing people how squirrels interact with the world. And it's great. But it's exactly what I was talking about, right? Like you watch that video and you're like, man, squirrels are pretty cool. I'm going to go to a party and talk about how squirrels land on their feet and how they can pick their target on the ground within 300ths of a second.
Themselves open to reduce their speed as they're dropping. Oh, trust me, we and I are watching the exact same crap.
Exactly. So if we go to a party, we could actually tag team a conversation, be like, yeah, squirrels are amazing. Be like, yeah, this guy, he's he knows all about, fauna. Like that's what he does. This is a faunologist.
Yeah.
He's out here. This is the squirrel guy. It's like, yeah, you should see
somehow you think fauna is related to squirrels, not plant life, but that's okay.
That's flora. Flora is plant life.
They're both plant life.
Fauna is animals.
No, it's not.
I'm looking this up right now.
What are you talking about? They're both plant life.
Fauna, the animals of a particular region, habitat, or geological period.
Get out of here.
Destroyed in 4K.
Wow.
Annihilated.
Finish him. Wow. Really?
Yeah. See, it was
this
right
changes
after
my whole perception of life in the world as I know it. Because every time I heard someone talk about flora and fauna, I'm like, you're just repeating the same word twice now.
It was on the 8th day, and God said, oh, crap. And yeah, fauna's animals. That's how it happened.
Wow. Yeah, no. Wow. That's why you're the progenitor of the term wrecked, because everyone calls you that. I just got wrecked. That's what
there you go.
You must bask in that. This is a clip for you to say forever.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never be able to erase
Good
it.
logic destroyed by facts and real logic.
I'll never be able to show my face again. Well, what we learned from this is that you're a step closer towards being the physicist with 35 million views than I am. So
yeah, there you go. So true story. When I was finishing my writing degree, I considered going back to school. I did actually. I went back to school for one more semester after my writing degree to pursue engineering.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized how much I really didn't want to be in college anymore.
Yeah.
And so I stopped. I stopped going after that year because I really didn't want to do all of that math. Like that's a lot of calculus that I had to catch up on. And so
speaking of calculus, can you explain to me why it is that kids are learning this stuff? Why is it that they're wasting their time in school? And every school does it. Wouldn't they be better off getting a class in parenting? Wouldn't seriously a class in how to be a responsible, good parent, martial arts, making mandatory mechanics? That you know how to fix your car, basic first aid, make that mandatory. There's so many things that would, what kid is going to be stuck on the side of the road and think to themselves, well, because if I measure, how much friction there is on the asphalt here, that's going to really help me figure out how to solve this issue I'm dealing with today. No, that never helps anyone. The only people who need that are people like Mark Robert or wannabes like Nick Rekieta, but or engineers, but the rest of us.
I think in this stream, we're going to find the limit of bad, good logic takes as time approaches infinity. I mean, I think that calculus equation is being written in the chat. I mean, I don't know.
Oh my God.
No, actually,
wow.
I'm tempted to agree with you.
I'm just like, I should change my name here from like Good Logic to Pinata. Just
no, I'm tempted to agree with you though, but I'll give you my counterpoint, and it's not based on facts or logic, but it's based on the reality of public school teachers. Is there any reality in which you want a public school teacher educating someone on how to be a good parent?
Okay. I mean, I gave one example, and yes, I understand that I wouldn't trust them when it comes to morality. I wouldn't trust them, but, and that's one of the things that troubles me about the whole, school critical race theory being invoked in schools is that, like, since when did schools become about teaching morality? And that's basically what it's about.
And I don't want them to teach morality, like, because I'm not confident that a school will not teach my kid to hate another race by accident. Like,
right. Well,
no matter what their intentions are, but by folly. Like, I mean, I know they intentionally want to make them hate white kids or whatever.
Yeah.
But they might actually also make them hate, like, I don't know, Asians or Hispanics. And I don't want that.
Right. If my kid is gonna be messed up in as far as accidentally learning to hate a race, I don't want that to happen to school. I want it to be after they go to work and start working for Hasbro or something. So you heard about you heard about that?
Or
you heard about Hasbro?
No, I've just seen something about there being issues going on.
Project Veritas had a whistleblower come on there and say that they had mandatory CRT training in Hasbro. And since then,
Perfect.
and they're basically teaching that from the time they're 3 months old, that's when they start becoming racist. And they're not joking. 3 months old is when they start becoming racist. By the time they're 3 years old, they consciously decide to basically hate on Black people. And it's only white kids, apparently.
Yeah. Well, that explains why at 3 months old, all my kids started wearing hoods. I mean, I didn't get it. I don't know where they were. I was like, God.
So apparently this is just an affliction of white people. That's just like white people just naturally are drawn towards that whole thing. Obviously, it's part of our genetic makeup.
You've heard of white man's burden. I mean, that's just what we bear, is the hatred of everybody else.
Right.
And that's what we have to do. Like, people, white privilege. Like, listen to me. You think it's easy to walk around hating everybody who isn't you? No, that's tough. That's a tough thing. And
we have to try.
And we have to try and have like a low murder rate with all of that hatred imbued into all of us all the time. And we're remarkably good at it when you really think about it and you get into the numbers.
The struggle is real.
Oh my gosh. Well, hey, we have a mild agenda. Okay. I've got Activision being sued by California, and I have some thoughts on this. I hope you have some thoughts on it. We've got Kyle Rittenhouse. I've got a general topic of freedom. Now, I've been talking about this case of Sophie Long, which I do not have in the description. Are you tangentially familiar with it at least?
No.
Okay.
Every time can I make a confession?
You can make every confession you want. This is honesty hour.
Yes. So when after I finish my show, so I need to unwind, and I decide whether or not to unwind with you based on what you call your show. And every time I see the word Sophie or gaming, I'm out. You're talking about stuff I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And it's just like, I don't even know I don't know where you're going to be going. I don't know where you're going. So I have consciously avoided the Nick Rekieta obsession with Sophie Long and this whole deal.
Like, it's been 2 or 3 shows this year, and because I haven't talked about it.
Please,
for like
it's been 2 or 3 shows in the last 2 days. Every time I turn around, I hear you talking about Sophie Long. And
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, so tell me the story. And before you get there, I just want to point out to you, the very first time, and this is a little side point as far as the topics of your shows, very first time I ever came on your show was like the first week of January. It was before Insurrection Day, which I should be. They're going to make it a national tragedy, like a new 9/11. I think it's going to be like a national holiday. but that's, you know,
how many more
tomato,
days
tomato.
off can we have though?
Yeah. So so what I was thinking is that on that day when I came on here, I mentioned to you that I knew Ron Coleman.
Right.
And at that time, like as soon as I said that, you were like, "Oh my God, I'd love to get that guy on my show."
Mhm.
And then, like right after the show, I like introduced you two on Twitter, and I figured, okay, I'm going to see you two doing a stream together, you know, next week, next month. And sure as shooting, just 6 months later, two of you, I see him on your show. I was like, finally, you guys managed to like work out. But your timing is great because now he's covering all the. Now at that 6 months ago, he wasn't covering like major headline news cases and actually representing, you know, O'Keefe and Project Veritas.
And I just fell into that time through laziness. Like that's the best part. Like you would think that, oh, Nick he's like savvy, meticulously planned this. Oh, he got Ron on at this peak time where it's really good.
Yeah.
Nope. I was just late. Like I reached out to him and he's like, yeah, you know, we could talk sometime. That'd be cool. I'm really busy right now. I'm coming home from something that he had just done, some case or whatever. And he's like, so I'll talk to you soon. And then I just kind of let it go and lost track of it for a while. And then I was like, I should really talk to Ron Coleman because this guy, you know, he said he'd come on. He's a smart guy. Did you see the best part of that stream though? The part where
where you basically got owned about the fact that you had trashed him. That you spent like 2 hours of your life calling him an idiot.
It was 4 hours to be fair. And someone sent me a clip it's in some other guy's video. And it was like one of the most brutal and biting takedowns I've had of a legal document.
It was so harsh. It was like
I said a phone on autocorrect could write a better complaint.
Wow.
It was like, whoa.
Wow. That is, and I want you to know something. He happens to be a really excellent drafter. I mean, I didn't see the case that you actually broke down, but if you go through his complaints, I'm a big fan of his work. So I didn't see that one that you hated on.
Yeah, it's the Gavin McInnes one, and you know what's interesting though is at the time I reviewed that, I think my opinion on the viability of lawsuits that are similarly based has probably changed a little bit. But I was in a very pessimistic place on the idea that you would win a lawsuit by because someone called you a racist, for example, and going after the SPLC. If I remember in context, that was at a time where I covered like 2 or 3 other SPLC lawsuits that completely fizzled out with similar bases. And so there's probably a lot of context to it, but it's so
I need
funny.
you to hold on 1 second because I'm smelling my pizza burning, and I just realized that like I put it up like an hour ago. So give me 1 second.
Keep your house alive. As he leaves, he runs when I insult the Ron Coleman. Actually, so I've been meaning to go back and reread that document. I think that would be good. I am going to hit super chats here in just a second, by the way. Let me get them pulled up.
Well, that sucks.
Is it burnt?
Yeah, it's gone. That's all right.
Is your house still there?
Yeah, no, thank God everything is. What's really funny, I actually didn't even think of this till just a second. Like last night when I was streaming, so like someone pointed out that my smoke alarm was beeping, like my battery was dying. So like I was like, and I don't, you become numb to it. Like you don't hear it when you're in the house all the time, but people are watching the stream here. And I was like, oh my God, I better take care of that before I go on Ricketta, because otherwise his audience can be like, what's that beeping? And they're going to be like annoying like anything about it. So I was just like, let me yank out the battery. So it's like I pulled out my smoke alarm like 10 seconds before, like 20 minutes before I basically tried burning down my house. So, but thank God.
You said something that I completely disagree with.
What's
said
that?
you become numb to that sound after like hearing it for a while. I don't. Every time it beeps, I'm like swearing. I'm like clenching my fists and my teeth. I'm like, I hate smoke alarms. Oh God, I hate it. I finally have one good one. I'm slowly replacing all of them, but I have the Nest smoke alarm. You can just be like, hey, shut up, and it'll stop or whatever. That's
this is
what
part
I
of your
need.
new sponsorship thing, right? That's how
No.
set that up for you well?
I do not think that Google is sponsoring me, or I'm pretty
No,
sure
I'm saying Nest smoke alarms or something.
Yeah, but I think they're owned by Google, so I don't think they would.
Mhm.
I don't think they would do that. But no, I hate them. I hate them so much because where the previous owners placed one of the smoke alarms, we have like a vaulted ceiling, and they put it up near the top of the vault, which you're not supposed to do. It's supposed to be near the bottom of the vaulted ceiling because the smoke will go past it, but it'll gather up at the top, and it'll seem like a higher concentration of smoke than actually exists. So you'll trip it a lot more frequently. So you're not supposed to do that. Well, it's up there. And so this thing was going off all the time. You cook a steak in a cast iron pan, and the smoke alarm goes off. You flambe some beef ribs like I do with a bunch of bourbon, and then you flambe the beef ribs, smoke alarm goes off every time, constantly. So I finally just ripped it out of the ceiling, and I'm screaming and yelling at it, and the kids are like, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? She's like, it's a smoke alarm. And I hate them. I hate that beep. There's nothing. Oh, you see, when you said it makes you get numb.
Now it's in your
like,
head. Now you're
I'm
hearing
like
it
squeezing my drink. I'm about to burst.
Subconsciously, you're hearing it now going in your head. A little beep.
And there's some of these things where you can take the battery out and it'll still beep because they've got a backup battery to let you know that it doesn't have a regular battery in it. It's like, and for me, they always start doing this at like 3 a.m.
Right.
So you can't, especially during COVID, you can't go to a store to fix it.
Right.
So
now, this is why I get my smoke alarms at Dollar Tree. So that I don't have to, so that I can feel confident. I don't have to worry about stuff like that.
The smoke alarm that you get at Dollar Tree is just a homeless guy who sits on your kitchen table. When he sees smoke, he's like, hey, beep. Hey, beep. Beep.
That's great.
Okay. Let me read some of these chats, and then we can get into this.
And then you're gonna start explaining to me the whole Sophie Long situation that I sidetracked you from.
Yes, that I will do.
Right.
Kermit the Frog says, so did God use the U-gouge to cut into that tang bread, or was he too lazy to even do that? God would only use the U-gouge. How dare you? There's no blasphemy on this channel. Very rude. Next, we've got Funny Valentine 2024 says, man, they've been really trying to go for Tucker Carlson's jugular over the past couple weeks. Guess the NSA and feds weren't too happy being called out. Well, yeah, at some point, a media persona gets big enough that people trust them more than they trust the government. Oh, did you see, by the way, Jen Psaki saying how the White House really didn't want to have a fight with Fox News after, quote unquote, Trump destroyed faith in the media?
No. I saw where she basically said that if you're suspended from Twitter, we should basically move you to Elba Island. But I didn't hear this one. What give me that one more time.
So she says that Joe Biden and his White House, they don't want to start a fight with Fox News because Trump already destroyed and damaged the credibility of vaunted institutions like the media, and they don't want to cause further harm.
Trump destroyed. I will tell you this. He cast a spotlight on what had been happening for decades and was only getting worse and worse as time. It was growing exponentially worse really rapidly.
Yeah, it's like if two bums are fighting over a piece of pizza and you point a flashlight at them, it's like, why'd you beat up those two guys? It's like, what the hell? I didn't do that. Yeah. Wow. It's amazing. He is the most powerful person in the history of humanity. If you listen to, sort of that left wing narrative.
I will tell you, by the way, I'm not sure why it is that what you just said reminded me of this, but it's going to sound totally irrelevant to what we were just talking about. Oh, no, I'll be able to bring it back. Okay, now I know how my brain got there.
Okay.
Jack Posobiec was on with Ron Coleman on his Culmination podcast, and he explained really the psychological underpinnings of a rhino and why it is that they do what they do, which seems like so self-defeating and stupid. And he basically said that in the brain of a rhino, they believe that our institutions are sacrosanct, and that they are what protect America from ever devolving into madness and chaos. Mm-hmm. So that's why they want to trust. They're constantly looking to instill trust in the institutions, which explains why the rhinos in particular despised Trump, because he attacked the media, the institution of news media, as being a legitimate source of information. And even though from the perspective of a rhino, they feel like, yeah, okay, there's some slant, there's some tilt to it, they don't really recognize how thoroughly 100% corrupt it has become, and how it's so completely tilted towards not even bothering with news anymore, just pure propaganda for the sake of propaganda, that they don't fully embrace and understand that or appreciate that yet, which is why they're constantly trying to. And it makes sense why an Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney wants to kiss up to CNN, because they actually think that there's some sort of legitimacy or benefit to society in having institutions like that. And they're obviously so that's why someone like Chris Wray, from the FBI, will stand up for and say we had the best election ever, even if he doesn't really believe it, because he feels like he's protecting institutions. So
yeah. Well, it's the John McCain thing, right? Like John McCain was the beloved maverick of the right. The media were all over him. I mean, everybody loved John McCain till he ran against Barack Obama. And then he wasn't just
I fell off his train before Barack, but you finish your.
No, but
your
I'm
point.
talking about the institutions, right?
Oh, yeah,
the institutions had John McCain's back.
You had McCain Feingold and his whole immigration thing. He was very liberal, even before.
But then once he runs against Obama, he's basically the Antichrist from the left, and all the people on the right are like, we've been telling you this, but but yeah, I mean, they went full on against him. And the best part, actually, this is my favorite part of watching the McCain campaign, was watching him learn in real time that all of that was expendable, that they didn't actually like him, and that his entire reputation, all these people that he built good relationships with, were all based on lies. And like, as he's going through his campaign and getting destroyed by the media over and over, and just learning that, it's like, oh, that's good. I bet your soul is getting crushed right now. I hope you like it.
You know how they say that, like, ultimately we all learned that everything Alex Jones ever said was accurate.
Yeah.
It just takes time. Like given enough time, we actually like, wow, that insane thing he said 7 years ago was so spot on that we had no way of.
That's a calculus equation. That's why kids are learning it.
You finally figured it out. Good job.
But as time approaches infinity, how often is Alex Jones correct? You need a linear equation. No, sorry, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, I think we might see the same thing about Trump. That like he hated on McCain, saying like, I like my heroes to be people who are not captured, and really hating on him in a way that seemed kind of cold. But yeah, I mean, he was totally spot on that McCain was not someone that we should ever think of worshiping or saying, look, I feel bad that he was captured, but like, I sort of wish that, like, I wish he had never been captured, only because if he had never been captured, he never would have been elected to politics. So
yeah.
Is that making you a bad person? Does that make me
No, I don't think so.
Right.
Like, there's a long list of other things that would come before that. Not that they make you a bad person, but there are just, if we're talking about that, I would assume there's a bunch more than saying, man, I wish John McCain had never been elected to any sort of office ever, and that the country would be a better place. I mean, hell, McCain Feingold basically, oh God, don't even get me started on election contributions, but like it cemented incumbency even further than it was already cemented, because it allows incumbents to build up war chests over decades and decades in government service, while everybody else has at best a 2-year window to start when they start campaigning to when the election happens, and they have they have limits. But it's like if you're someone who's in Congress for 20 years, you can build a war chest over that 20 years. And people can be giving you maximum donations that entire time, and you can literally bank it.
And then good luck. Good luck taking them down. Like you have any
right?
chance.
How are you going to outspend John Cornyn, like who decides who the Republican Party funds? Like, how are you going to do it? You're going to unseat him? Good luck. I mean, anyway. Next,
but then he also, I think he created the concept of amnesty for illegals, right? I mean, he was the real progenitor. Yeah, I think he was very big on that, from what I recall. It's hard for me to remember. Reagan
did some too, but I don't know if that was
not nearly the same way. I think whatever. Let's not talk about McCain. I don't want my lunch to come up.
Let the dead rest forever.
Don't you have super chats or something?
I'm trying to read them. Every time I start reading one, you start talking. It's like you're on a show here.
Do your thing. Do your thing. do your little show. Do your little thing.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, "Give this money to Joe. He earned it for tonight's stream, even if he didn't answer my question tonight."
Oh, look at that! How much money did I get? How much money did I get?
Well, after YouTube's cut, $3.20 or so, I think.
Ching.
So I owe you part of a drink. Wolfgang Deo says, "I think there's an idiot percentage of the American populace that needs to be left alone. They keep thinking there is a pandemic and forcing idiocy." Well, it's now the Delta variant, man. It's the biggest rise of infections ever. That's a thing.
Ever of any disease in the history of mankind.
Even the same disease, but the previous variant. Like, it's even worse already. Jason Schreiner says, "Please explain joke to Joe. Egg came first. It was male. Someone dropped it a few minutes ago. Kermit voice might help him understand." Egg came first. It was male.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, unfortunately it does.
Okay.
We're just going to let it go, I think.
All right.
I don't know if I want to get into explaining it. So Ben Graziano says, "This is for Joe. Don't hold out on him, Nick." That one was 20. So that was now I owe you.
We're going to start running tally here.
I got to owe you like a drink and a half now.
Nice.
Or like one decent drink.
Nice.
Rick Nikita says, "The universe is illogical. It has either always existed or it was brought into existence." Okay.
Mm.
Tina says, "Heaven is balls on every Fuda." Speaking about that, stop it. Paul Delaney says, "God made pot and magic mushrooms and was tripping hard / high as a kite when he started creating complex animal life. I mean, look at the duck-billed platypus. It's a mammal that lays eggs and have toxic barns like insects."
I knew he was. I wasn't even reading that with you, and as soon as he was talking about God being high, I knew he was going to the platypus. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, it's the go-to.
Yeah, it is.
It's the stoner God go-to.
It is. What about that? I think a tapir, TAPIR, is an animal that's
looking.
Yeah, it's like the front end is white and the back end is black, or the opposite. I just said that because I'm racist.
It's just interracial, yeah.
Yeah.
Super Iron Bob says, "Books are a creation of the devil." Wrong. The devil's not in these books. He's in here. K Cash 72 says, "This 65.08 shekels is for Joe. Send him his way and don't pull a Bertie Madoff on him, Nick."
Can I confess to you that I actually, during my stream tonight, I was like, if you guys really want to show me the love, you can pay me through Nick. He'll cover me. And that's why every one of these people are kicking in here that the 65 shekels at a time.
Is that the actual conversion rate?
Oh, I don't know what
65.08 shekels is $20.
It might be. It sounds about right. But was that if it's Israeli money? Is it? I mean, shekels. Shekel could be a currency which I think is used in like 47 different countries, and they're different shekels depending on where you are. But in Israel, they use shekel. So
yeah. Well, I think that's the joke.
Yes.
Breck Nichols says, "Ricada Law, please share 50% of this bribe with Joe." And I thank you. David Friesner says, "Use this to order Joe a new pizza."
Nice.
Michael the Archangel. Well, this will be interesting. It says, God being the creator of time itself is beyond the ambit of time. That's why he has heard this stream and he has read all the chat from beyond time. Please give this to Joe. He could do with some of the encouragement.
I feel really bad. I feel so bad.
There you go.
I love you, brother.
You're going to have to hit me with a PayPal link or something. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not going to mail you a check. Do you have a Venmo or a Cash App or something? I don't know
Patreon. Once it washes through like YouTube and Patreon, it's like, you know, the $200 we're collecting here will be like $837.
This is money laundering, apparently. Okay, so that gets us to the Sophie Long thing. So I will keep this long pun story short. Right. Okay, so Sophie is a little girl who is caught in a very nasty custody dispute between her two parents, Michael and Kelly. And back about a year ago, there was a viral video of this little girl. She's like 9-10 years old, screaming on the recording that she doesn't want to go back to her mom's place because she makes her feel bad about things. There was blood in her underwear and all this different stuff. And it heavily implied this sort of sexual abuse. And that video went viral.
From the mom?
No, the dad recorded the video, and the abuse was allegedly coming from either the mom or her boyfriend or both. This is the depressing. I thought this was gonna be a fun story, but this is actually depressing so far. Well, this is the depressing backdrop.
Okay.
Yeah. So then this thing goes on. The dad gets all this crowdfunding and all this stuff. And then there's a whole bunch of weird decisions that happen, and everything gets kind of gag order down by the court. And this thing. And so like I talked about it like a year ago when it kind of started. And then I kind of stopped talking about it because whatever, you know, like you can't really follow it very easy because there's
gagged.
Yeah. There's social media gag orders. Right. And then a recent development is now the court originally gave the dad full custody, it gave the mom like no contact orders and all this stuff. But somewhere along the way, the court completely reversed and said now the dad should have no custody. And then this is in Collin County, Texas, which is a Dallas suburb, I believe. They were trying to order the girl to be sent to the custody of the mom's sister, but she lives in a different state and is not before the court. So that makes it really interesting.
Say that last part one more time. They sent that last part.
The court is trying to send the girl to live with the mom's sister, who lives. The mom has no contact with the girl right now, other than supervised. But the mom's sister lives out of state. So then the real question would be if the court then had to subsequently order the sister to like produce the child in court. They can't.
Because they have no jurisdiction over it.
Right. Yeah.
Unless the sister consented to the jurisdiction of the court.
But she's not before the court.
Well, how would they have given, wouldn't you think that if you give custody, and I never do family law at all, but wouldn't you think if they gave custody over to the sister, somebody had to suggest that, and the sister had to accept that custody? They didn't just say you're stuck with this kid, and she's like, no, I don't want the kid. No,
right. But to do that, you would think that the sister would have to appear before the court somewhere, right? Like,
yeah,
because
at least by proxy, by counsel or something.
Make an appearance, enter an appearance, offer an affidavit, get on the record that she agrees. It's as far as I can tell, there isn't. So it's this really weird. Like when I say this case is full of really weird stuff, it's full of really weird stuff. Now it gets even more complicated though. So the dad crowdfunded like $200,000. I don't know what happened to that money. I don't know if it got to him. I don't know if GoFundMe like shut it down and refunded the money back. I don't know if he got it and spent it or whatever, but that's gone. And he no longer is represented by counsel because he allegedly can't afford it. I don't know. But the mom, who works at some mid-level HR job at just, some company. I don't know what particular company, but you can imagine, like a $48,000 a year job or whatever. The amount of legal work that has been done in this case is staggering.
Yeah, that I'm positive of.
And I'm like, how's she paying for this? Not only that, but that company, and this is where I was going with this. That lawyer hired a PR firm. And I wanted to know if you are aware of the Red Banyan PR firm. And the reason I want to ask if you are aware is because the founder and CEO is a guy named Evan Nierman. And so I didn't know if you were related to him.
Really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. It is.
Oh, that's funny. No.
So are you related to anybody who runs a PR firm out of Florida? But it's a
spelled
national.
the same. It's spelled the same way as my name.
Yeah.
N-I-E-R.
You're IE, right? Yeah.
N-I-E-R.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nierman.
I will tell you that anyone who spells their name the way I do is somehow related to me. It's a very unusual. I have a very unusual last name. So I will tell you they're probably somehow related to me, but I'm not familiar with any Evan. There's one other Joe Nierman on the planet. He lives in Indianapolis.
Okay.
That's
really?
the only.
That's it?
Yeah.
You're that unique?
How many Nick Ricadas are there?
At least like 6.
Are there really?
I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
Apparently,
there's got to be another one, right? Like, there's got to be at least one.
I mean, look,
somewhere.
if you check social media, you'll find me or you'll find this guy in Indianapolis. I mean, I can't imagine that anyone. If there's another Joe Nierman, he literally is off the radar. Like it could be someone like a hermit living, backwoods Texas or something, and somewhere in Michigan. There's, in the forest there. There's some guy there who walking around wearing just a shirt and nothing below his waist, named Joe Nierman.
Yeah.
That could be.
Yeah, that would be good.
But that doesn't seem likely.
So this mom who makes like no money has.
Why hire a PR firm? Like, what does she need this PR firm for?
They were what got the GoFundMe shut down.
The PR firm.
And so here's the thing: when people started initially encountering this case, literally everyone is on the dad's side. I mean, everybody. And now a year later, almost everybody is on the mom's side. But Red Banyan, like if you look it up, they're big players. And one of their things, apparently they do represent, they represent a lot of like Jewish advocacy groups and stuff like that. Like these are not it's not a small fry PR firm, right? Like this is not a strip mall PR firm. They're multi-state, multinational. They do big companies and stuff like that. So they get a hold of this thing. And again, I don't know how you get why you're hiring a PR firm in a family law custody case in Texas.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah. And again, where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
But
she doesn't have her own GoFundMe kind of thing.
They have to do it in a very, very careful way. It's just on the law firm's page because she's similarly under some sort of gag order as well. But I have a problem with saying someone's under a gag order if they have a PR firm and they're allowed to have a crowdfunder, but it's just not promoted on social media. It's done through the law firm, which the people are directed to in the press releases from the PR firm. It seems really weird to me. But the other thing they're doing now is they're going after everybody who talks about this case except me. They're not going after me yet. Well, somebody is.
So you think that Evan Nierman's going to come after you eventually, and you're asking me if I can hold him back from like basically.
I'm more asking if you mind if I beat up your little brother. I mean, because that's like, is it okay if I do that?
Have at it. There's actually only one famous Nierman, and that is someone named Leonardo da Vinci Nierman. And I know you think I just made that up. But I Google it. No,
that's not.
I did not make that up.
Come on.
I did not make it up. He's an artist who actually legally changed his name to Leonardo da Vinci.
Okay.
And
I thought you were saying that there was like that
he's
Leonardo da Vinci's actual name was
no. He lived like 150, 100, I think like 100 years ago or so. Some of his artwork is phenomenal.
Oh, I'm looking at it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. And one of a kid in my class actually, when the first time I heard about it, a kid in my class said, "Yeah, but we have Niermans in my house." And I was like, I don't know. I wish I did.
Oh man.
But yeah.
My update for people on the Sophie Long drama, because this is a new thing.
Yeah. So
is
why is this something you're talking about all the time? Like, what more could you say other than like, wow, what an awful story, and this is bizarre and weird. Although you focus on the bizarre and weird.
I had nothing to say. I had nothing to. I haven't talked about this case in a year.
Right.
However, one of my viewers, Kiwi Farms, Ken Jennings, he did a stream about it because he's a therapist.
And this Ken Jennings is not the guy who won all that money.
No, not the Jeopardy Ken Jennings.
Okay.
This guy's much more lovable than that.
Okay.
So he did a stream on this because he's a therapist, and so he's talking about his kind of opinions about how this stuff impacts these people that are involved, like trauma and stuff that the little girl could be getting from the parents fighting, whatever he wants to talk about, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's just talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
His stream gets brigaded by a bunch of these. See, there's actually a group of people who are like a dedicated follower of this case. It's become like basically
it's a cult.
It's a true crime group, effectively. Right. But it's involving a family law case.
You could see that though. You could totally see how this would become something, because it's it reminded me of Tiger King. It's just like the two opposing factions who despise each other, and weird things coming out of the blue that no one would ever anticipate. It's really it's like a new Tiger King, it's sadder because it's talking. It's basically it's affecting in real life of a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old now probably, but.
Yeah, and so there's a bunch of mother hens who watched this thing, and look, I've been to the Facebook group, and so many of them are women. Like so many of them, it's predominantly women, and I think they get like some sort of faux maternal satisfaction from it, whatever. Mm-hmm. So they're watching this thing.
They're totally libs. They're all libs. Every one of them.
They're all in favor of Kelly right now, the mom,
of course,
And so Ken starts providing not a pro Michael thing, just a neutral approach to it, and they brigade his stream. Wow. He is doxxed that day. And then the next day he was fired from his job.
Wow.
Yeah. So they went straight to his employer. And there's real questions about where the docs came from. The lawyer for the mom, Ken just got to like 600 subscribers after this happened on his YouTube channel. So we're not talking like Ken is doing this massive thing.
He's tiny.
But
he's tiny.
Yeah.
By social media standards.
Right. He's got a small channel. And yet, when he was going to talk about this, mom's lawyer sends a cease and desist email to him, like before he even goes live. So... And then, so there's questions about maybe the lawyer was involved in doxing him because how they got his info is because he had requested case documents like a year ago. But the case is now sealed, so you can't get access to that information. So either someone was holding over that information from a year ago, figured out it was him and went after him that way, or the lawyer disseminated. I don't know.
Her lawyers would have access to everything that's sealed. So the seal doesn't impact the counsel for any of the parties there, right?
So that potentially implicates the lawyer. So then another one of my viewers, Spectre, he's one of my Patreon subscribers, or locals, or whichever one he's on, I don't remember. Mm-hmm. He started talking about it, and the same thing. He called the law office and he said, "Hey, you said there was a gag order on this. Can I get a copy of that order? Because I want to talk about this, but blah, blah, blah." She immediately sends him a cease and desist.
So why haven't you been hit with a cease and desist?
Good question.
No, seriously. Like, how did you escape this? I mean, if they're funding these tiny little people, you're clearly, you're like you're the number one educator in YouTube.
And I was brazen that I was going to start talking about it right away, and they still didn't. I've now done 2 or 3 full-length shows, almost dedicated entirely to the drama around this. Still haven't gotten anything, but what I have gotten is a bunch of privacy flags on my YouTube videos. And I got 2 more today. So somebody is
what is a privacy flag exactly?
Someone goes through your stream or your video, and they find what they allege to be private information and they flag YouTube and say private information goes to YouTube legal, and they say this information is private between this timestamp and this timestamp,
Right.
and then YouTube takes it upon themselves to actually investigate this. I have now received 5 of those.
Wow.
And all of them are bogus.
You're being watched.
I'm not being watched by now it could be the group of hens or whatever, or it could actually be the legal team, because I have very good reason to believe that the legal team itself is actually watching all of the content that people are putting out, timestamping it, cataloging it, and pulling quotations directly from it.
Why wouldn't it be Red Banyan doing that?
Maybe it's okay. If Red Banyan's doing it, they're acting as agent for the mom.
And maybe Red Banyan has access to all this stuff. I mean, this would sort of seem to be the thing that Red Banyan would be doing. That's what a PR firm would be doing, is they're looking to cover her, any bad PR and get rid of it. So to me, I would guess them before I would guess the attorneys.
But people are getting takedown notifications from the attorneys, not me. And not just the cease and desist that I mentioned. Other channels that I have talked to people who know of several channels who have been gotten takedown notifications from the attorneys and threatening stuff.
And the annoying thing about these mother hens is we all know that nobody actually really knows what happened here. Like nobody. Right. All the people, and they're all positive that they know exactly who's right and who's wrong. And the truth is, and you don't know, I don't know, none of these mother hen knows. It really could be the mother who's totally right. It could be the father who's totally right. There's no way that any of us can possibly know the truth of it. But everyone who talks about it will talk as if they have the ear of God. They've heard from God directly who's right and who's wrong, and anyone who disagrees with them is evil, is Satan. So, or Anton LaVey.
Joe, I have to express again how much money is being spent. Can you imagine? You sit down, let's say you even got the PR person.
Yeah,
you sit down someone to watch a stream and to catalog every statement that they think might be defamatory or whatever. And you're going to compile that and start sending takedown requests to people. Like you're going to draft up takedown requests and send them out.
I mean, it is a generic form, but the research time to find the people and then
these aren't generic form takedown requests. These are type legal letterhead takedowns. Not like we're going to sue you if you don't take these down. Not like I do a YouTube filing.
Right. Not like your show that you do every night that basically is canned.
Right. But I'm saying, it's one thing to do like a privacy report on my stream, which would still take time because you got to go through my videos. The night that I did the first one, I got a privacy complaint from a video 2 years ago with a timestamp.
That's a lot of work.
It's not even about this case.
That's a lot of work.
So somebody is just going through and consuming all this. The amount of time.
Think of how many hours of content you produced over the past 2 years. No, seriously. I mean, I'm not even kidding. You're doing 6 streams a night. You're doing 3 hours. You're producing like 18 hours of work for the last 100 weeks. It's 1,800 hours of video to go through, and that's not including the little 10-minute clips that you put out a couple of times a month, depending on how busy you are, or whatever. Now I'm saying you're very. I'm saying this with props to you that you work really hard and put a lot of effort and a lot of time in, and there's a lot of content to go through. So how it is that they manage to
Can you imagine someone coming up to you and so they're like, Mr. Neerman, I need you to represent me in a matter. And what I'm going to need is hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents. I'm also going to need someone to go through, potentially 1,000 hours. We'll ballpark it across everybody. 1,000 hours of video where I think they've made defamatory statements. And by the way, I make $50,000 a year.
That's not possible. This is not possible.
Exactly. Where's the money coming from? And there's no way they're doing this pro bono.
No. How do you do that pro bono? You can't. You have to be paying a staff to be doing this. It's not the owner of Red Banyan who's going through the videos. It's not the lawyer. Even if a lawyer is paying a paralegal, they're still going to charge out the paralegal at what, $75 an hour in a cheap firm.
Yeah.
So,
if you're lucky, this is in Dallas, your paralegal's probably $120 an hour.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Let's just say let's
Yeah.
just say $100 an hour. They're going through 2,000 hours worth of time. You're talking about how much? 100 times 2,000 hours is it's $20,000. $200,000.
100 times 2,000 is 200,000.
Stop being so clever. Right. So
and then you've got, your drafting, which is going to pale in comparison to the amount of time that you spend just
reviewing.
But a drafting attorney, unlike a takedown, like let's say it's a takedown request, it's 10 pages. And so if you're
here's the other thing also. This is what makes no sense. Think about this. Who the hell is watching some stupid Nick Rekieta video from 2 years ago? Who the hell that you're so worried about some video about not even related to your case that someone's looking through it and that this is like we're going to target him. Here's the other thing.
It's not even a Sophie Long video. The first one wasn't even a Sophie video. It was a Vic video.
Maybe it was a mistake. Oh, okay. So now that makes sense. It's a Vic. You didn't say it was a Vic video.
The first one was. The next 4 were Sophie videos.
Okay. So now I'm putting this together for you. I'm putting this together. Okay. So now, if they didn't go through all your videos, that's not what they did. They didn't go through all your videos. Because think about it. If they really went through all your videos, I'm sure that you screwed up a lot more times than
I'm very
what
careful.
No,
they could probably find a place where I actually screwed up instead of these, which were definitely not screw ups. I mean, we're talking, these were publicly filed documents in open cases that I'm covering. And they're like, there's an email in there. It's like, that's the business email of the lawyer. Like that's not a privacy issue. But someone scanning through the video sees an email address and they're like, oh, I'll report that. Right. Like that's how that worked. I'm pretty sure, but the other ones got more specific so it was 1 complaint the first day, the second day it was 2, and today there's been 2 more.
See, now if this was accompanied by some faceless person saying to you, you better take care and watch yourself what you're saying there, Nicholas, then I can understand. Then all of a sudden you get these bouncing things come at you. Then it could be like, you can understand that it's like they're sort of making it clear that, hey, we're going to affect your livelihood if you mess with us. But if they're not even accompanying with a threat, like how are they even gaining anything out of this? It makes this is more questions than answers.
So that's the thing. I think it's possible that someone, and I said this before, it's possible that someone at the law firm or the PR firm is combing through my videos. I'm not sure that's the case, because I think what the most interesting thing is, despite me being very brazen about this and very open, I haven't gotten a cease and desist. I didn't get anything. And I think the reason is because they knew their cease and desist was absolute garbage that they sent out. And that if they send it against me, that I'll run it into the ground. That's
you're saying you have bigger balls than these other people.
I'm saying I have way less to lose. Like, you can't call you call the CEO of Rekieta Law and he'll laugh at you. Trust me. But they also, like, if they are doing the amount of research that I think they are, and trust me, like I can't disclose what I've seen or where it's from, but they are going hard against some of the creators who have talked about this, and they are thorough on this. And there are multiple ones. And so if they do their research the way they seem to be doing their research, they would know very quickly about me that I'm going to laugh at them if they send anything my way that isn't, that isn't 100% solid. Like, they would have to have a real thing, and I might laugh at them anyway.
No, I was going to say, I think a lot more serious things than this you probably would laugh at, but
yeah. So,
yeah.
So anyway, I wanted to bring it up because, 1, I wanted to jokingly ask you about Evan Neerman.
Nice. Okay.
2, I wanted to let the chat know that, yes, I've gotten 2 more privacy violation notifications from YouTube. I only suspect more will come as we go. And 3, there's a lot more Sophie on the way, which I
Nice.
wasn't going to talk about it at all.
But now
I was
you have
done.
to. Now
This
you have
is a
to.
year ago.
It's like they're almost challenging your manhood.
They're dumb.
challenging your manhood. This is how you basically say, "You kidding me? I got hair. I got
Yeah.
hair there."
And the worst thing you can do is, if you don't want me to talk about something, is to start making it clear that you don't want me to talk about it. Because
it's basically like screaming at a troll. In this situation, you become a troll. Where it's like, if you just feed me the attention, then I know I'm hitting someone's nerve. I'm going to keep going. You become a troll even if you weren't one.
Yep. And
by the way, speaking, it's funny that you mentioned the whole Evan Neerman thing, because there was one point there where when you were talking to Ron, and you were talking about Good Logic, and he didn't know who you were talking about, and there was a point he was talking about Neerman, and you had no idea who he was talking about. And I was laughing watching this stream here because I was like, they both don't know that each of them are talking about. It was like 10 minutes apart from each other. And that's why when you just like referenced Neerman, I was like, I was sure you had no idea that was my name. So I guess I was mistaken.
I knew who you were. I knew. Make no mistake. I might not have been listening at the time. I want to address it. Palbong says, honestly, though, what else is there to talk about? Legit, there can only be so much on this case, right? That's where you're wrong, because now they've got me curious where the money comes from. I'm
very curious about this. Maybe I should.
Right. Like you're not, no lawyer is going to run this kind of billing because they know they're not going to get paid. You have to have a client who makes at least what, $500,000 a year. Because we're talking 6 figures of litigation a year. You should see my folder on just the motion practice they had done up to September of last year is like, it's like 150 documents.
I don't understand it.
I think it's an impossible amount of litigation. Maybe
here's the thing. Also, if you're a lawyer, if this was my client, I would say to them, your efforts to dig up potentially bad things about you from 2 years ago that no one's going to see is not a sound financial investment. Like it's just right. Bad money. It's just not worth it. You're basically spending. Why would anyone spend $50,000 to take down something that 3 people are going to see?
Right. And like, because if you're going after year-old videos,
no one's looking at that anymore.
No one cares. Like they want the new stuff. The small group of people who are like huddled around this Sophie case, they're thirsting and craving for new stuff. They're waiting for the next episode. This is a true crime series for them.
The only Nick Rekieta video that I would be interested in seeing that's more than a week old is the one where he spends 4 hours trashing Ron Coleman. That's something I would want to see.
It's a 2-part series.
It's so awesome.
Yeah. So I don't know, but I'll tell you, I'm very, very interested in where the money might be coming from. And we're going to be looking into a guy named Jake Bellington very soon to see if maybe that's where the money is. That's the mom's boyfriend. And but I don't know. I don't know if it is. What I do know, though, Joe, do you know what I know? I know that Ridge wallets are great.
Oh, here we go.
That's right.
Am I in a commercial?
You are part of a commercial right now.
This is very exciting.
I know that Ridge wallets are great wallets. They have changed the way that I have wallets. I used to use just a regular bifold.
They look
wallet.
So small and sleek.
They are. All they hold is credit cards, and then you've got a money clip for cash.
That's great.
That's it.
I wish I had a Ridge wallet.
You should get one.
I probably will.
They're actually really cool. I love them. I think they're great. And most importantly, the best part about Ridge is they sponsor people like me.
And potentially me.
They should sponsor you.
Yeah.
And they do that. They don't tell me what to say. They don't tell me what subjects to cover or not cover. They're just like, no, please just promote our stuff. So you guys can get your own Ridge wallet, ridge.com/knows. And then the promo code is knows in all caps. And that will get you a discount on any Ridge products you buy. They also have pens. They have keychains. They have
How
backpacks.
much of a discount? How much of a discount are they getting?
I think it's like 10%. I don't actually know. But
that's awesome.
It's more than they would get if they don't use knows.
It's more than you'll get if you put in Good Logic. That's for sure.
That's true.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But that actually is a pretty cool looking wallet. So
no, they're great. I love them. it cuts down on all the crap you put in your wallet and everything. And then they also have knives. They have knives.
Oh,
I think they're actually sold out of the knives right now, though, but they're cool too. And backpacks, but I won't show the backpack on stream. Anyway, just a short spot for Ridge Wallet. I think that's the end of my obligation for July, which means, though, if you didn't catch it, Ridge Wallet renewed their sponsorship of this channel, and I will be doing 2 spots a month for them for the rest of the year. So thank you to Ridge, and thank you to you guys for actually looking into their stuff and deciding, hey, I want to check it out, because that tells them to keep sponsoring me.
That should be, they should be your reminder as to when you need to have me back on your show. Like every time you're due for a Ridge Wallet thing, that's when you have Joe on. I'll become like the Ridge Wallet
twice a month.
Yeah,
twice a month.
That fits in perfectly with our planned scheduling. So that works out. So,
all right, let's now get to the topic that we were supposed to start with. I'm so great at organizing streams, Joe. You have no idea.
Yeah, well, it's 1:20, and we're finally getting into what we said we're going to talk about.
Let's talk about Activision.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So have you looked at this case?
Only because you assigned it to me as homework before allowing me to come on your show tonight. So,
and I assigned it to me as homework, and I got through a good chunk of it. So, so that's good. What do you think? So I don't know. Do you want to summarize the action? Should I summarize the action? What should we do here?
I'll let you summarize the action. I mean, I don't know how much of the action you know about, so maybe I'll supplement that which you may leave out.
Let's see. So here's a long.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, you do it. You nail it.
You weren't ready for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I did read the first. I got down to like the third cause of action or something, and then I ran out of time.
Okay, so Activision is a gaming company that is famous for making such big internet games as Call of Duty and other games that you are most likely aware of and have probably enjoyed at some point in your life. A claim was raised by the state of California by the department called the DFEH, which is the Department of Fair Employment something. And it's basically akin to a criminal charge, although I don't think it has criminal penalties. I think it's got civil penalties, but it's sort of like it becomes like a blend of both criminal and civil, wherein there are charges that they've engaged in discrimination, sexual harassment, and that basically their entire culture is anti-women. Amongst the things that they allege that the activities that go on in this environment, or have been going on in this environment, is that they would have something called a cube crawl.
Sounds great. Sounds like a ton of fun. And
the cubicle crawl is what really it draws your attention when you're reading it. You want to explain to I think your best student to explain what a cubicle crawl is.
A cubicle crawl, it's a pub crawl that happens at the office. So you go from cubicle to cubicle. You probably have a different type of drink at each cubicle. And you know what's funny? You know where I first learned about a cube crawl? I've never participated in one. None of my office places have been woke enough to have a cube crawl.
Yes, that's probably the term that they call it. We're going to have now the woke cube crawl.
I learned about this from a friend of mine who's a prosecutor.
Really?
That this happens in the prosecutor's office.
Get out of here.
Wait,
which prosecutors have cubicles? That's what I want. I couldn't. Have you ever had a cubicle yourself? Have you ever worked in a cubicle yourself?
Yep, I did. When I worked at Thrivent, I was in. I mean, at Wells Fargo, I was kind of in a cubicle as well, I suppose, but it was on the retail floor, right, of the bank. But at Thrivent, I was up on the 12th floor of the building and worked in a cubicle there. So yeah.
So have you ever tried a cubicle crawl? Have you ever?
No, I said they weren't woke enough. They're a bunch of Lutherans, Thrivent Financial for Lutherans. Like they're real. They're like, Nick, stop drinking. Actually, I didn't drink back then when I worked there, but they would have not. That would have not been permissible at Thrivent Financial for Lutherans. But yeah, so I was told about these cubicle crawls for the first time in my life by a friend of mine who's a prosecutor. And they were talking about how at the DA's office, they've done these cubicle crawls. So they set up, or it might have been office crawls, there, whatever it is. But basically you set up stations.
Is it a requirement that you crawl literally? Is that a requirement of a cubicle crawl, or is walking
I guess you
okay?
could. I think walking's probably okay, but I think the idea is after a while you're crawling,
right?
Like to get to the next station. I don't think you can reliably be ambulatory on two appendages anymore.
This would make such a great video, a video of a cubicle crawl. That probably would go viral.
Look,
so fast.
If any companies out there are having a cubicle crawl, oh my God, please invite me. I will come to your cubicle crawl. I will live stream it. We will have a party. That would be the greatest thing ever.
It would be such great PR for your firm. Also, your company will explode in value. Your stock price will just right up. That is, everyone knows that's the key. Everyone knows. How you got to do. Everyone knows. Got to do this. People at Ridge Wallets, we're telling you now. That's you need to start having cubicle crawls so that Nick can stream them.
Yes.
And imagine if you streamed a Ridge Wallet cubicle crawl. That would be.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
How many wallets? We would sell so many wallets during that live stream that it would be embarrassing to everybody else who has ever sponsored.
It's so true. It's so, you would literally sell 1,000 wallets in like 2 hours.
It'd be amazing. No. So, but that's only a partial joking offer, by the way, guys. If you're doing a cubicle crawl, maybe I won't live stream it, but I will come. That would be fun. That would be great. But yeah, so you go station to station. There are different drinks set up, and you basically have an office party with liquor. And to be honest, a lot of corporations do have office parties. They have liquor. What they're trying to do, if I may interject about this complaint, they're trying to set up something that they talk about, this frat boy atmosphere, right? Like that's the idea. So rather than saying they have an office party with liquor available, they said, well, look, they've got a cubicle crawl.
It's all in the phrasing. It's all in the phrasing.
Yes. But it is an office party. It does have liquor. And there are some very serious allegations about what goes on during these cubicle crawls, including ongoing sexual harassment, groping of women, and such like that.
Mm-hmm. But, now, from what I understand, though, they've all been working remotely for like the last year and a half. Or most of them have been working remotely, which makes you wonder, must make for a really difficult cubicle crawl. And,
I would think so.
Groping is not nearly as effective when you're doing it from your keyboard.
Well, ask Jeffrey Toobin. It's pretty effective.
Okay, touche. But that's not technically. That might be harassment, but that's not. I don't think anyone's going to call that groping.
He was doing some groping.
I think. He's doing.
It's just a one victim grope on that one, or a one party grope.
I just like I don't. So it does make you question, assuming that fact is correct, which I don't know that it is correct, but I think a lot of them have been working remotely over the last year and a half, if not. But I don't think necessarily all of them.
But I think if I remember right from the case, the investigation into this started a little while back. They've been investigating this for more than 24 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. And but supposedly they came to Blizzard Activision and said to them, they came to them in June and tried negotiating with them and to try and resolve it, but didn't give them. Blizzard Activision's feeling they didn't get enough time to try and resolve it. They also said that this complaint is reflective of a culture that they've been trying to remedy for some time. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. They love throwing in there also that like all of the heads of the company are white men.
White men.
White. Yeah, you have to say like Viva Fry would say Whitmer. It's white men.
They list this is great. They say that the women who do reach the executives, because there's a woman in the executive level, they say that they don't get paid as much salary as the similarly situated men, which is true. However, the executive woman made more total compensation than one of the other men who is an executive. And the people who she's the chief people officer. It's head of HR, right?
Okay. I'm just saying, when you phrase it that way, it's almost like they like made up a position for her. So
yes.
Like, you'll be
Like you're abroad, you can manage people or something, right?
Yeah.
But no, so I'm guessing that
you're the chief color coordinator of our company.
She's
what
practically the head of HR. That's what I think that position is. But she's the chief people officer.
Mm-hmm. People officer.
And the people that they have listing making more than her are the chief financial officer,
I knew
the
it.
CEO, and the chief operating officer.
Right.
Like those three, it's when women are promoted into executive positions, they don't make as much salary as the men. And again, it's true that her salary is lower, but one of the executive men has a much higher salary. But his total compensation package is something like a couple $100,000 less than her per year.
Wow.
And it's like, well, what? Because she's not
really
CEO.
Is that all the executives they had? They only have like 5 or 6 executives. They don't have
on
like
the
2 dozen.
On the table. They only listed like 5.
So like
So then the question is how? Because this company has 9,500 employees. You got more than 5 executives.
That's what I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. I give only 5 executives. I'm sure you know what it is. I'll tell you what it is. When they wanted to be able to classify this group as a group of white men, and that's why they limited it to 5 as opposed to fixating on the 400 managers and other department heads that they have there, who are all men, women, different races, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, because I have a hard time believing, for example, because Activision owns Blizzard, which has World of Warcraft, Overwatch, and Diablo under its belt. Also, I believe they own League of Legends, and with that, they own some of the largest esports franchises in the world, and those are multinational. And I have a suspicion that like the guy who heads up esports in North Korea or South Korea is a white guy. Like I just that Activision's esports representative in Malaysia or Indonesia is like a white guy named Greg or something. He's like
obviously yeah. That's very likely scenario right there.
So
hold on, let's get Brad on the phone over in Siam.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the one thing that they talked about were these pub crawls or these cubicle crawls. So what else is going on at the company?
So they also said that a woman committed suicide. A woman who had a relationship with one of the heads of the company ended up committing suicide because of the harassment, and that there were embarrassing photos of her which had been made public throughout the office, and they even released her name. Now the company, when they're defending this, they basically say our culture has changed. You didn't give us a chance to really resolve all this stuff. Can't believe that you actually would disgrace this woman who committed suicide by making her name public. That was very uncool of you and really not very woke. And
right.
And that's got nothing to do with this culture. And my thinking is this: if there was sexual harassment, why is this something that the state has to bring rather than someone actually suing for sexual harassment? Like, why is this something that there is a development? I don't know if you saw this.
I didn't.
Right, because you there's a very tangential thing. You made me do all the homework here. So after they filed the complaint, which I think was like last week or so, so the company responded, and supposedly there was a letter, and this you might want to pull up. There was a letter signed by 1,600 women employees expressing their disdain with the reaction of the company to this complaint.
Now, you know what blows my mind? That there are 1,600 women working in Activision. Like I can't. That to me, that is the surprising thing there. Okay, so how do I find this letter?
Any ideas? I can. If you give me a moment, I'll try to find it. Letter.
Activision Blizzard staff pen open letter about discrimination, sexual harassment lawsuit.
It was an open letter.
Post.
Yeah, it was an open letter.
All right, let me see if I can find this thing. StreamYard will actually let us bring this stuff up on screen.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's one of the few good things about StreamYard.
Okay, I don't see How do they not just have a link to the letter itself?
You would think so, right? Especially it's an open letter. It's not that hard to like find an open letter.
Yeah, let me see if I can find one real quick.
Hmm.
Game Informer. Oh, this is going to be a bastion of wonderful news. You can read the full statement here. Oh, Christ almighty.
Is it a long letter?
No, that's not. This is from Game Informer. So this is okay. So you can see this is look, that was what I was saying. It's
wow. Wow.
This
there you go.
profile.
I can't believe that doesn't say me too. There's no hashtag me too there.
Yeah. Content warning for graphic conversations. Where this is as detailed in the lawsuit documents found here. Okay. Where is the letter though? Wait. The lawsuit depicts specific examples which can be found here. Okay. That's not very interesting. I want the letter. What the I will show you what I clicked on. Here we go. Okay. No, this is a response from executives. Sorry. Where is the letter?
It's actually 800 employees, not 1,600.
Full letter is as follows. Okay, here we go. To leader of no, it's I saw a thing from Washington Times that there were 1,600 employees signing the open letter.
Oh, but I think only 800 of them were women. I don't know. Could be some men signed it too. I mean, if you think about it, it could be. It's
we have to address something about this. Okay, so according to the lawsuit, Activision has 9,500 employees. About 20% of those are women. One of the points that they make in this lawsuit is that the percentage of female gamers over the years has approached 50%. So we're now up to about parity of females who play video games and men. So they're alleging that they're not represented. But here's what they're overstating. The number of females who play Activision games is not 50%.
I don't even know why you're talking about that. I don't know
because
that's not relevant. Neither of your points are relevant. Okay, I mean no disrespect. I love you, Nick, and you got me before, but I'm just going to point out how stupid what you just said is. I'm sorry. Okay, and no, it's got nothing at all to do with what you did before. Nothing to do with fauna. There's no fauna in this conversation. Okay,
there's some rhinos and hippos. I'm pretty sure.
The point, the key point is they are a company which makes products. Which is basically their big need is in STEM, which it's impossible to find women who want to go into STEM. Not for lack of trying. Society has tried pushing women into STEM, and specifically engineering is where you'll find the fewest amount of women in STEM. So in technology and engineering, some of them go into science and medicine, but to try finding some woman who's going to be producing game content, please. It's like it's like there's 14 of them in the entire country. So to say that because who cares? Even if you had 98% of your clients were women, that doesn't change the fact that you need men to program it because few women actually want to get into creating this sort of thing relative to men. And trust me, if they were able to actually get away with paying women less, don't you think they would hire mostly women? Don't you think they're in the business of making money?
To be fair, this is my ultimate point on this. You know what? Like, I inherently distrust some of the allegations from California, but at the same time, Activision, Blizzard, how's that woke tasting right now? How's that for the past couple years? You know, they've been on this campaign. They value women gamers. They do this. You let them in the door next to a bunch of nerds. Like you put women next to a bunch of theoretical incels. Like
that's pretty funny. There are a bunch of incels, and then you're like, I can't believe that they actually wanted to grope me. It's like,
would you send your daughter to a cube crawl party populated by programmers? That's the last place I would send a female that I cared about. Why on earth would you want to bring women into this environment? It's not a reasonable place. Like, what are you doing?
It's like, seriously, these are all the extras who are the stand-ins from the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, it's like this you know, there's that one Blizzard exec who's like, guys, this is a bad idea. I'm telling you, I don't know why. I just feel it somewhere. This is not going to work out for us. Like 6 years ago, that guy's like, God, I don't know about like, do we really want to bring a bunch of women in? Like, what are you, sexist? Like, no, listen.
Seriously, would you want your daughter here? Seriously, think about it. Look around, and tell me, do you want your daughter to get a job here?
Like, look at Eric right now. The man's sweatpants don't cover his ass, and that is a Titanic ass. Like, you don't. What are we gonna do? Put her in a cube across from that? She has to smell Eric all day. No, I'm telling you, they don't. You don't want it. This is so Blizzard and Activision. To quote, who is it? Raging Golden Eagle. You get what you fucking deserve. They've been virtue signaling. They're still doing it in the letter, right? Like, this is what you're talking about. They're kind of frustrated with the response to this thing because Activision say, oh, we're trying to cure this misogynistic culture that they have, realizing that it's literally their employees that they're bad-mouthing. The executive staff right now, rather than sticking up for their employees, is like, yeah, actually, these guys are all a bunch of toxic assholes, so we're trying to fix it. Like, oh, they're disgusting. Have you seen Eric? Like, that's the executive response. Can you imagine your employer not having your back this hard? But
here's the thing: is like Eric is basically like, oh, they're not talking about me; they're talking about Frank. Like, each of them think that they're not the incel that's being
as he scratches his hairy stomach from his shirt that just doesn't quite get down over it, you know. But no, I like that's what gets me. So to me, my response as an executive is Blizzard has been working with California over the past several months to try and formulate a solution to some isolated incidents of inappropriate behavior among its staff. Largely, Blizzard and Activision cultivate a culture of positivity and inclusion and a healthy work environment. However, some of these individual instances of bad behavior are being taken out of context. Those employees have been dealt with, they have been handled, and we are constantly working to make a safe and effective working environment under California law, or whatever it is. Like, you stick up for your employees.
Oh, wow. I thought you were reading that. I was like, where the hell is that coming from? That was so professional of you. Very well done there, Nick. Seriously.
Yeah.
I really thought you were reading that. That was really, I was like, wow, I don't see this in the letter anywhere. I'm like, where?
You just grab the corporate speak generator and you just start putting it out. But you got to stand up for your people, right? Like, am I wrong in this? Am I crazy? You're in a lawsuit here.
Okay. Oh, you're saying that basically it reflects poorly on their ability to defend the lawsuit when they're basically like, yeah, our guys suck. We're sorry. I don't know.
Not only that,
maybe
but
one defense is like, this is not our problem because we've been trying to fix this problem. So if I have problem employees, don't come yelling at the company when we've been busting our tails trying to resolve this and fix this culture here. So why are you after us? We're doing all we can. And, you know, do I have to fire half my staff because they all suck? Like, yeah,
I mean, that's kind of the legal defense, but I'm trying to incorporate like corporate morale. Like, if I'm a Blizzard employee who maybe, like, let's say I am the Blizzard employee and like, no, we did a cube crawl last week and it was a lot of fun.
If you're a Blizzard employee, you're not quitting over the statements they're making about you because you're going to do cube crawls. So
it's true. Yeah, I guess.
You're like, all right, they're trashing me, but hey, look, last Thursday was awesome. I'm not leaving this job ever. So
But yeah, that's so let's see. To the leaders of Activision Blizzard, I want to read this. We, the undersigned, agree that the statements from Activision Blizzard Inc. and their legal counsel regarding the DFEH lawsuit, as well as the subsequent internal statement from Francis Townsend, are abhorrent and insulting to all that we believe our company should stand for. To put it clearly and unequivocally, our values as employees are not accurately reflected in the words and actions of our leadership. This is what I was talking about. We believe these statements have damaged our ongoing quest for equality inside and outside of our industry. We don't want to just grope women. We want to grope men who look like women.
We want the trannies too.
Blizzard guys are out there like, give us our futa. Categorizing the claims that have been made as distorted and in many cases false creates a company atmosphere that disbelieves victims. Oh God, no. They're going in the opposite direction. It also casts doubt on our organization's ability to hold abusers accountable for their actions and foster a safe environment for victims to come forward in the future. These statements make it clear that our leadership is not putting our values first. Immediate corrections are needed from the highest level of our organization.
So they're on the exact opposite end of what their complaint is. The exact opposite of what you're talking about.
They're the opposite. They got me. That's what's going on. No, we're extra woke. We're perfect. Like, how dare they? How dare they blame the victims here? Okay, I have to ask you, did you notice the really weird story that they threw in about the tragic suicide?
So I referenced the suicide. I didn't
but
read
you didn't reference the detail.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'll let you share.
Thanks.
It's your show.
Okay, so no, it's such a weird thing. So tragically, they mentioned this twice in the lawsuit that I saw. They may mention it a third time, but I think it's just the twice. And the first one, they give this weird summary explanation that this sexual harassment culminates in the tragic suicide of a female staff person who was on a business trip with her male supervisor, who brought along with him butt plugs and lubricant.
Okay, so glad I let you go through this one.
Right, that's where the statement ends. It's a weird thing because it, like, how they explain that is so strange. It's like, wait, okay, but like, what does that have to do with her killing herself? Like, it's a tragic story, right? This lady has taken her life, but they're trying to tie in him bringing butt plugs and lubricant to her suicide, and they don't make the connection. Later in the lawsuit, they bring the story up with a little more detail. Turns out she was dating the male supervisor.
Right.
She was in a relationship with him. And so I can only imagine
that was intended for her.
Or him, I don't know, but it was intended to be used together, right? Like, because they're in a relationship. So what they don't do, they use this story for shock value, but they don't tie in how her suicide is a result of sexual harassment. Now, one thing they do say is that apparently, allegedly, some of the men in the office were sharing a picture of her genitalia.
Right. So I mentioned that. I mentioned that. That sounds like sexual harassment. The question is, like, when did that actually happen? Like, relative to her suicide? If it happened, like, if the last time anyone talked about it was 6 months before the suicide, that doesn't, it's not going to have any relationship to anything.
Or if it happened after. Like, as morbid as that sounds,
that would be hard. That's judging Eric in a really harsh light there. That right, Eric is, like,
if she, like, it's weird, but if she's already dead, it can't. That can't be the predicate act of harassment, which would lead to the suicide at the same time, right? So it's just inflammatory.
Well, think about it like this: if the suicide happened while they're on a trip, in that case, it seems unlikely that the timing of it being shared around the office was happening while she was on the trip.
Right?
Maybe it did. I don't know. But
at the risk of sounding like a victim blamer, because I'm literally not. I just have to bring up the question of where'd the picture come from, right? Because, like, we're in a sex positive society, and there are women out there who have OnlyFans. So where'd the picture come from? Like, I genuinely don't know, and that's not discussed.
Well,
so
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If a woman takes compromising pictures of herself and shares them with certain people who she considers worthy of her sharing it with them, I don't think that gives license to the people who she shares it with for them to pass it on to second and third parties
without consent.
Without her consent. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm fully in agreement.
Okay. So, and I'm not judging. There's so many better things that I can judge people harshly on that I don't judge people harshly on that.
And I'm not trying to judge, but the question is, so let's say, right? And I have no idea because they don't lay it out in the suit. It's this little abstract story. But let's say that she posted the picture to her Twitter account, which you can do as long as you mark it 18 plus. Ladies, you can post nude pictures of yourself or anybody else for that matter, so long as you have the consent of the person to do it. So let's say they acquired this picture from some sort of publicly available source and happen to be, oh my God, they're sharing that around each other, but it's publicly available. Is that sexual harassment? I think it can be, but I don't know that it is automatically,
Okay. I understand that. I mean, I as far as harassment,
because harassment requires
let me answer this. In
some
theory,
level of intent.
Right. Wouldn't it also require some publication to her about the fact that it's actually happening? Like if there was 20 guys who were, let's say, so, crass or inconsiderate or whatever, that they're all sharing pictures of Kelly around the office. And Kelly is never aware that this actually happens. There's no harassment there.
Right. It literally cannot be harassment to Kelly. Now, it could be to someone else. Like if they're showing it to Joanne and they're like, hey,
don't
too
you
bad
wish you look like yeah.
Right. That would be a harassment thing. But harassment requires knowledge from the party being harassed. And then it typically, as much as they like to pretend that it doesn't, it tends to require some intent or at least recklessness on the part of the harasser.
Right.
Like either you intend to cause the person distress through your behavior, or your behavior is so obviously egregious
going to cause them distress that even if you didn't mean to do so, it's like we sort of impute that intent to you.
Right. Hey guys, we're at 849 likes, by the way, and I finished my bottle of Rittenhouse rye. That means that my next if you get me to 1,000 likes, as is the rule, my next shot is a much more expensive liquor. So
I want to know what that is. So for me, I'm very curious what that liquor is going to be. I can whip something out also if you want.
It's up to, so at 1,000 likes, will you take a drink of something?
Are you going to give me my shekel?
I think I owe it to you by law, by the law of God, if nothing else. Like
I'm just playing with you.
We have a conservative Christian and we have an Orthodox Jew on stream together. Like, you know what they say, wherever two or more people are gathered, God is present.
I will happily take a drink with you. Every time you reach 1,000 likes, I take a drink with you. So
well, we passed it. So go get your drink.
Oh, did we really?
Anyway. Yeah. Exactly.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to keep reading this letter while you're gone.
Please do.
Okay. Okay. Our company executives have claimed that actions will be taken to protect us, but in the face of legal action and the troubling official response that followed, we no longer trust that our leaders will place employee safety above their own interests. To claim this is a truly meritless and irresponsible lawsuit, while seeing so many current and former employees speak out about their own experiences regarding harassment and abuse, is simply unacceptable. We call for official statements that recognize the seriousness of these allegations. We call for Blizzard to cripple itself as a company legally. That's what we want. This is amazing. And demonstrate compassion for victims of harassment and assault. We call on Frances Townsend to stand by her word to step down as executive sponsor of the ABK Employee Women's Network as a result of the damaging nature of her statement. We call on the executive leadership team to work with us on new and meaningful efforts that ensure employees as well as our community have a safe place to speak out and come forward. We stand with all our friends, teammates, and colleagues, as well as the members of our dedicated community who have experienced mistreatment or harassment of any kind. We will not be silenced. We will not stand aside, and we will not give up until the company we love is a workplace we can all feel proud to be part of again. We will be the change. Nailed it. Perfect. Wonderful letter. All of you need to quit now. That's what you should do in protest. Everybody should quit in protest at this point. That seems like the reasonable outcome. How can you stand by while your company executives are blaming victims, are failing to protect? Well, how can you do this? It seems like the people in this letter are participating in the harassment with their continued participation in employment at Blizzard. How are they going to do this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I just read the rest of the letter, and they basically say that they're demanding the executives to, one, cripple their legal argument. Is that a Balvenie Doublewood?
Very good.
That's a good
single barrel, but not.
Oh, single barrel. Okay, yeah. Also a good one.
Yeah. So,
have you had the Balvenie Devil's Cask?
No.
Is that a Balvenie? I think that's a Balvenie.
No, I have not. But
I am drinking this Kentucky Owl 10-year rye, the last rye that they will ever do.
Is it really?
Yeah. Apparently, that's what they say. That's what they call it. The last. Right. I have one more bottle of it, and my town gets like 2 bottles very sporadically. I think of like the 7 bottles they've gotten total, I've bought like 4 of them.
I got like a double shot here for you.
Okay, I'm pouring a double then myself here.
All right.
But okay, so did you read this letter?
Let me look through it quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Eldon
Bainling, I already shilled Ridge today.
Step.
Where were you?
So damaging the nature of a statement, we call an executive leadership team to work with us. New meaningful efforts to ensure employees as well. L'chaim.
L'chaim, back at you.
Okay. We stand with our friends, teammates, and colleagues, as well as the members of our dedicated community. That was really good. Who have experienced mistreatment, wrestling, and crime. We will not be silenced. We will not stand aside. We will not give up until the company we love is a workplace we can feel proud and part of again. We will be the change. Yeah. What did they expect them to admit that there was like something wrong with the culture there? Is that what they expected them to do?
That's what they want them to do, because this is what wokeism is. You have to sacrifice yourself on the altar of woke. Like that like
well,
there may be
what we saw. This is what we saw in the summer 2020, where the white people have to wear a yoke around their necks and then bow down in their apologies. Did
you see? And I do not expect you to have watched this, because I don't watch hardly anything anybody does because of time. But did you happen to see the video I did today, or at least the title of it, about the Black Lives Matter talking to the white liberal Democrats, the rich white liberal Democrats, demanding that their kids pledge not to attend Ivy League schools or top 50 schools?
I didn't see your video on it, but I saw that letter.
It's so great, right?
I didn't read the letter. I heard about the letter. And I meant to do something on it myself, and
it's it's addressed specifically to a wealthy, not just a wealthy white person, a specific wealthy white Democrat who has expressed support for Black Lives Matter on social media.
I love it.
So they're literally going after their own supporters and saying, "You're not supporting us hard enough. I need you to promise not to let your kids go to college, because that takes the spot of a black person or whatever. And that's racist of you to do that."
We're taking the Chaz or the Chop or whatever they call that place, and we're making it national. You're all going to have to, no matter where you are in the United States, you have to bow down and recognize that if you have, the more melanin you have, the more you've been abused throughout your entire life. And the less melanin you have, the more you've taken advantage of the over-melanined. And accordingly, you must sacrifice, literally, you must sacrifice your children and their future and your grandchildren's future in order to remedy the sin you have borne. And I mean born with an E, by being born with white skin.
And we can make all the memes you want about, because I see people in the chat, and I in a large part agree that, maybe not sending your kids to these schools is better for them overall. But there is no question that getting into Harvard, where, by the way, you have massive grade inflation and an overwhelming amount of 4.0 GPAs coming out of Harvard, which is, kind of what you expect when you pay $95,000 a year for your child to attend their undergrad degree.
Is that what it is now, by the way? Is it really that high?
I think that's what it was about 6 years ago.
You're saying it's over 6 figures now?
I think it might be. So, but this is a topic I have for a completely different discussion. But at what point do you say I have an expectation with what I'm paying, and that's my kid will come out with good grades? And at what point is the college under some sort of obligation to provide that? I think that's a real question. But we've seen grade inflation at Ivy Leagues. It's a big problem. But with big price tags comes big problems. But anyway, you can say what you want about it. But if you graduate from Harvard with a 4.0, you have added a 1 and 6 zeros to whatever salary you were going to make otherwise. You just automatically added $100,000 a year as a starting salary. by graduating from Harvard if you want.
Yeah, hey, math wizard, that's a 1 in 5 zeros.
Oh shit. Nailed it. But yeah, 1 in 5 zeros. Absolutely destroyed. Caught in 4K. Local lawyer doesn't know math.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but the point in all that, is that they are that the woke crowd will always demand that you sacrifice yourself on the altar of woke. They don't care about the consequences to you, and they don't think about the subsequent consequence to them.
Or to their cause.
If Blizzard gets railed as a company that promotes sexual harassment, not because the executives failed to act on it, but because the middle management and employees all participated in it, all of these people who wrote the letters are the bad guys. Like they don't even realize that they're the bad ones.
No, what's really awesome is like they don't even realize that this letter they have, if the management actually said, wow, you're totally right, like mea culpa, totally right, you're totally right, totally, it's like they literally can like end up losing enough money that they in theory could be damaging their own companies so that they go bankrupt and they're out of work.
Yeah. or management, who these guys must realize, because they basically say it, who is completely out of touch with the line workers, is going to have to make staffing decisions based on just whatever. So they're going to have to go in and say, oh, we got to clean up this problem. We know that this department have these complaints that were brought up in the lawsuit. We're going to have to cleave these out. We don't know who's causing the problem. We got to flush them all down the toilet. We'll have to restaff those departments. Yeah,
there's so many ways that this can like basically boomerang back at the letter writers that it's kind of delicious if you think about it. It's like imagine putting your name on this and then 3 months from now you're out of work not because they're punishing you, but because they're actually listening to what you asked for. That is delicious irony. That is the taste.
Look, if I'm an executive and I have to make staffing decisions, 1 in 3 names comes from this list. You can't do every name from this list because that would be retaliatory. Mm-hmm. But 1 in 3 names comes from this list. Okay, I gotta fire this person, and then we're going to the letter. And I'm gonna just throw a dart, and whoever that dart lands on, you got what you asked for. You're fired too. Fire everybody. And every male who signed this letter, fire all them too. Every one of them. I would fire every man who signed this letter. On principle.
The reason you don't is because all the men who signed it are betas. So like you sort of want people you can push around.
It's true.
It's almost like Jerry Jones always hires a beta coach. So like that's why they never win. Ever since Jerry Jones basically made him feel like his wee-wee was too small. So he's like, I'm not hiring any alpha coaches anymore, and that's why Dallas has sucked for the last 20 years. So too, I think many employers basically crave having a bunch of beta males around. That's why all these beta men have good money. You know what I'm saying? Because they're very employable because they're yes men.
Let's see, Frances Townsend.
That's a woman, actually.
Yeah, I know that. I'm trying to figure out.
That's the name of a hottie right there.
She's the chief compliance officer of Blizzard. Hold on. Let's see. Is she?
I was totally
Did you look it up?
I was totally joking.
You were? I mean, let's see. She's not bad looking.
Actually, yeah, she's way better than anticipated. I'm not saying she's pretty. Yeah, I don't know. I have bad associations with the name Francis, so maybe that's what it was. Sometimes you get a picture in your head.
Look, they could do way worse than her.
That's for sure.
But yeah, so my favorite part of this is they're demanding that she step down as executive sponsor of the ABK. So they want like one of the only women executives fired.
She's the former Homeland Security Advisor to United States President George W. Bush.
Yeah, I saw that.
Whoa, this woman is really freaking accomplished.
That guys, she's the one thing you got to say about Frances Townsend is for her age. Like you have to clarify. She's
60. She's 60.
She's 60 years old.
She turned 60 this year.
We would all want to look like this lady does at 60. That'd be great.
Yeah, seriously. I want to look exactly like her when I turn 60.
I have a surgeon that can help. We can make it happen. But yeah. So, but my favorite part of this is the one executive that they have called on to step down
is the 6-year-old woman.
Is the woman. All of the other executives are white men, but the 60-year-old woman, we got to get her ass out of there. She's toast. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me read a couple of these chats that have come in real quick.
Yeah, I spent all day today arguing with a whole bunch of woke losers on Twitter. I didn't spend like not all day, but I found myself embroiled in like.
What did you do?
So
guys, you got to follow Joe on Twitter. You should definitely subscribe to him on YouTube. And if you check the YouTube description, by the way, his name has a little highlight around it. You can just click on it. It'll take you right to his channel.
Boom.
Go subscribe.
Boom. Right there. No, here's the thing. I called out your chat in the beginning. I don't know if I really nailed this home. Those of you who are sitting in Nick's chat waiting for his stupid show to start at midnight Eastern, 11 Central, 10 Mountain, 9.
Don't insult me. 11:02. 11:02, Joe.
Yeah, and never on time. Never on time. Instead of jammering to each other in here, just jammer to each other in my chat because I'm doing a live stream every night. Probably not tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. Stream. But yeah, and also you will love the last half hour leading up to it. And I always finish in time to catch the opening of Nick's little show. So,
but no, seriously, guys, you may not know this, but I do occasionally slide into your live stream and watch.
Yeah.
It's a good show.
Incognito. He slides in incognito all the time. I'm trying to speculate what his incognito alias is, but I have noticed that every time I mention Nick Rekieta, which will happen like let's say once every 3 weeks, if I ever mention his name, with 10 minutes later, he'll be like chattering in my chat there, and I'll be like, how did he do that again? How did that happen?
Look, God loves me and tells me when things are going on. No, that's the thing, guys. Joe's got a great show. It's a pre-show to this show, in the sense that he does it prior. It's not actually a pre-show, but if you're hanging around chatting in here, hang around chatting in Joe's show. It'd be great. Plus, you get to hear the soothing sounds of good Lawgic.
Yeah, and everyone says that. Yeah, my voice is.
And this man, you guys got to understand, this man is too dangerous to be monetized by YouTube. He's too scary.
Yeah, that's true. They don't. I've tried being monetized. I reapplied today, hoping that I can basically merit their approval. Because otherwise, I got to keep coming. Otherwise, I have to keep coming on Nick's show and have my subscribers send money through him.
You reapplied today?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna email my person, ask him to expedite it.
Oh, you're so good to me. Thank you.
I don't know if it'll help, but if it does help, then I take full credit. If it doesn't help, then it wasn't my fault.
I'll tell you this much. If I get improved in less than 30 days, I will say it's 100% you.
I hope you get it approved. It should definitely be approved. And that's one of the few things I know for sure my YouTube rep can do is at least just send a note to the team and say, hey, can you take a little look at this? Right. And so I will send an email right when we get off the show, because
thank you, my friend.
I was baffled and blown away when you told me that they didn't approve you the first time, because I'm like, what the hell? Like, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm like, what the hell for? Like, Joe isn't saying anything overly crazy here. Like, no. You're clearly a guy who bucks some trends and traditions, which is great. But so am I, right? Like,
I have one strike against me. I will tell you, like, I have official strike from YouTube, and that strike was I spent the night talking about the concept of vaccine passports.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I didn't know better. Better.
How long is it? A strike or a warning?
It was a warning. I mean, it was the first time they said, this is your first strike. It's a warning. It does no impact on you. That's the only thing and then I've gotten some claims that my intro song violates is basically a copyright strike, and I've refuted that. It's happened like 10 times, and every time I refuted
What
it, they
intro
said,
song do you play?
yeah, I used the Hall of the Mountain King, which
Yeah,
I
you can't.
But hold on. I took the Hall of the Mountain King, added my own video to it, and I also added audio clips from different
Okay.
famous lawyer movies. You know, like You Can't Handle the Truth, and like, you know, yes, yes, it's I know, yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell, like that sort of thing from like famous lawyer movies.
Yeah, although that wasn't the lawyer that said it. That was Samuel L. Jackson.
That's correct.
The based
Yes, they deserve to
AK-47
die.
wielding.
I hope they burn in hell. So I sync that up.
That's a good movie.
That is a great movie. Yeah. So, yeah. So, and they basically admitted that's fair use. That what I did with it was enough change to it to fair use, but still, like the algorithm, like twice every 3 weeks.
Content ID picks it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Content ID picks it up, and I'm like, no, it's okay. Leave it alone. It's okay. And they find, and it takes them like 2 weeks to like review it, and they're like, oh yeah, this is fair use. This is.
You got to get a custom intro song. That's just close to Hall of the Mountain King.
How do I do that? I don't even know how to do that. You're saying do the whole thing all over again? And
no, I have an idea.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
All right, cool. We don't have to do it now because that's probably boring people.
No,
people like us better when we're funny. That's when you make money. You make more bank when we're funny. When you're reading this stuff about gamers, you're not making bank. Okay, I'm worried about your bank.
Don't ever be worried about my bank. It's fine. If nobody ever gave me $1 again, my bank would be okay. I never. This show is not about making money. Look, it makes money. It's great, and I love it. I love it because it allows me to do a bunch of fun things. But that being said, if this show made $0, I would still do it.
That's true. That's true.
So,
you're doing what you love.
Yeah, I enjoy it, and I'll find a way to live.
And the proof of that is my show literally makes $0, and I still do it.
Still do it. Can't figure it out.
I don't know why I do it, but I'll tell you, I don't do it on Saturday. I don't do it on Friday night or Saturday. And by the time Sunday rolls around, I'm like hungering till I do it again. I can't explain why.
There's something about being able to get down and sit
just
and talk
to people. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. Believe me, I've been getting it for years.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that I agree. But yes, check out Good Logic's channel. Go hang out in his chat. Sometimes he talks about great topics, great discussion. Occasionally has some really great guests as well. And it's good stuff. All right, let me read these other chats here. Ishalson says Blizzard can eat shit. They got rid of innocent people like Swifty over the most pathetic accusations I've ever seen. Then Quentin Flynn and the man had his innocence ruled in court. And now they are here. Here they are, pathetic. They also, if I'm not mistaken, overdubbed one of Vic's roles in their games as well. Look, Blizzard can get what they deserve. I don't care about them at all. Like here's where because Joe, do you know this? I used to play Diablo 3 a ton. I played it on stream on occasion. I played it casually before I got on stream. I played it for years and years and years. From release, I was a pre-order of Blizzard 3 of Diablo 3. I love the game. Because I like Diablo 2 so much, I was like, I'm going to play Diablo 3. It was different, but I liked it. I played it. I've probably multiple thousand hours of Diablo 3 playtime. Okay. It's one of my favorite games that I've played. And it's good. The second, one of the guys who was playing a Hearthstone tournament, he was from Hong Kong. And he won a Hearthstone tournament, won $10,000 playing Hearthstone. And he said, "Free Hong Kong," in his post-win interview. Blizzard stripped him of his title.
Whoa, really?
And they refused to pay him the $10,000, and they suspended him from Hearthstone tournaments for like 6 months.
That's a lawsuit right there. How dare they? How can they? On what basis can they?
Blitzchung. His name is Blitzchung. Yep.
On what basis? Exactly. On what legal basis can they do that? Strip him of his $10,000?
They just said that he violated the terms of his agreement to participate in the thing by making some political statement or whatever. But it was complete kowtow to China. Like that's what it was.
Obviously, yeah.
And because Blizzard is like, oh my God. And this was right when Hong Kong and China were in the news like every day, right? Like this is when China is literally killing Hong Kong dissident journalists.
President Joe Biden's done a good job of getting that out of the news. So
yeah, he's gotten. And
we don't talk about it anymore. We never talk about China and Hong Kong anymore.
And the crazy thing is, Blitzchung lives in Hong Kong. He knows that by saying at this tournament in an exit interview, "Hey, by the way, free Hong Kong," that he's put himself on a list. Blizzard amplifies it. They subjugate themselves to China. And from that moment on, I still like Diablo 3. Oh, excuse me. I still like Diablo 3. I've had zero desire to play a single Blizzard property since then.
Right. No, I understand that.
And so
I can't root for the women's soccer team. I cannot root for them.
How could you? Like, how could anyone root for someone who hates the country they're representing?
It's like, and I don't know if you read. I don't know if you noticed. They filed their appeal on that suit, that insane suit that they never should have filed and lost. That became Nate a YouTube superstar, and he's got 2 million.
2.5 million views. The man is a monster.
God bless him. God bless him. I love Nate. He's a genuine person. Yeah. So that loss they had, they appealed it. You know when they filed the appeal?
Day after they lost, right?
No. They filed the appeal July 23rd, the day opening of the Olympic ceremonies. The day the Olympics are opening, that's when they filed the appeal. They couldn't wait 2 weeks till afterwards. No, we have to sow this division and basically scream how angry we are about our money. You can't wait 2 weeks till like the second week in August when the Olympics are over. No. We need to make the Olympics all about us. It's all about how we're being underpaid and we're being undervalued while we go out here and try and kick ass. And I'm telling you right now, one of the things about team sports, this is my prediction. I could be wrong. Look, I was wrong about fauna. I could be wrong about this. One of the things that is most essential in team sports is a feeling of unity and heart that goes well beyond talent, where you feel a dedication towards I'm doing this for America. I'm doing this as a team. I'm doing this, like it becomes like your sole motivation. When Sweden's playing, that's what they're doing. When Finland's playing, all these countries, Canada's playing, all these countries, when they go out there, they're coming out there as a team. I don't care how much talent this team has. I'm predicting that despite the fact that they're heavily favored to win gold, they are not going to win gold because they are too divisive. They are too much about like me, and the whole world has to know how we're undervalued and we're underpaid, even though we make more money than the men. And even though we chose this deal, it's not good enough for us because we should be getting more because heck, if the men had won, they would have won 9 million. So even though FIFA only plays 4 million, we should get 9 million also, like idiots, like childish,
and they
whiny
turned down the deal.
Yeah, we wanted the security deal we got, but then after it ended up being bad for us, we want to switch over to the deal that you offered us before. What a bunch of self-absorbed, childish babies. And I'm telling you now, that I cannot imagine they're going to win gold. And when they lose, I am going to sit back in my chair. This chair right here that you see me in, I am going to And if that doesn't happen, oh well.
You saw, of course, that they did lose their first game. They won their second.
Yeah.
So they're still in medal contention. They lost their first game to Sweden. But did you see this? Do you see what I have up on screen? A story and 2 tweets.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
So you got Barbie with a gold medal says, "I don't know many athletes who look like that." And then the response is, "This is who the U.S. soccer team lost to." And it's a bunch of Swedish Barbies. Absolutely nails it right there. Oh my God. That's beautiful. And by the way, if you want to look for like the most men and women outside of the US, outside of the US women, the most basically attractive people on the planet who are in some of the best physical shape, professional soccer players run like 15 kilometers a game.
Day. Yeah.
They're in pinnacle athletic shape. It doesn't mean they're in the best physical shape that you can be in, but like as raw athleticism and like that aerobic shape, they're all gorgeous. And of course you look at the Swedish soccer team It's a bunch of Barbies. They're all blonde haired. They're all Swedish. Their uniforms are not flattering, but I guarantee you, if they were running around in like form fitting shirts, they would all look like this. Because soccer players, they do nothing but run. They're in great shape. It's amazing. Okay. So back to this thing. So many tangents, but back to this thing. I don't know. So the Activision thing, it's about this culture of this frat culture they're talking about, right? Which basically boils down to a culture that encourages sexual harassment and outright sexual assault. That's what they're saying. Women are being groped all over the place. Women are killing themselves.
Okay, but this calls to mind a question. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, frat culture sounds awful, but what does that really boil down to? Assuming that, look,
frat culture doesn't sound awful to a lot of guys.
Right. No, I understand that. But to the
this is an ad. Like, they should just put that on Craigslist. Blizzard is hiring. Come join frat culture. They're
yes,
like,
you're correct.
Wait,
especially a bunch of incels who would never get into a frat, and if their lives depended on it, they have a chance to actually get work in a frat culture for like the next 20 years. That's amazing to them.
They're like, beer pong and boobs. This is the greatest job I've ever. I'll work for free.
Yeah, but to the left, it's an indictment, which is basically an impenetrable atom bomb on anyone. You drop the term frat culture, and you ascribe that label to this company, so instantly they're demonized as being obviously an evil bunch of white men. So which must be properly neutered and punished for their crimes of not showing sufficient respect to women because they didn't curtsy and raise their skirts when women walked into the room. So that, to the left, that's a crime. You're a frat boy attitude. Yeah. Now, if you're a judge who's sitting here trying to justify this, if you don't have the groping and the actual, sexual discrimination on pay, how do you translate frat boy into being something that is now punishable and now in your jurisdiction to actually smack down on Blizzard for?
Right. And I think one of Blizzard's defenses in this is pretty clear, right? Like, they're trying to punish us for a culture of what amounts to isolated incidents. And while they say we have a culture of doing this, they've identified individual stories that we are happy to address and provide redress for the victims.
Right.
Like, that's the ultimate answer here. Like, they're coming after us for making an unsafe work environment, but what they're citing is ultimately about 4 stories total.
Yeah, when they say culture, right? When they say culture, it implies every time a woman walks in the room, the dudes all smack her on the butt. Like, that's like, hey, they all say, "Hey, Cindy, how's your day going?" And they just get like a little whap on the bum every time she comes in. Like, that's a culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't describe. But if it's just isolated incidents, that's by definition not a culture. That's just go after this. This guy was a jerk. Go after him.
Yeah,
this guy committed a crime. Punish him.
Well, and I think that's going to be Blizzard's defense on this stuff is that they're going after a culture. One of the other things that they're talking about is this disparity in pay and opportunity, right, between women and men, and they've got a couple stories between women and men, and those are hard cases on their own. Right? Like, you go, oh, I wasn't treated the same as someone else. They got promoted before me. And a court most of the time goes, yeah, so.
Right.
Like,
you suck. Obviously, that's why they didn't. I wouldn't have given you a raise either.
Right. And it's like, they performed really well on reviews. Yeah, they wanted to keep them in their position because they were doing great. Like that. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean.
And yet there is a certain point where it's like, okay, in theory, there could be some sort of discrimination happening. There could be some sort of sexual discrimination.
No,
how would you prove
I'm a victim of this. I'm a victim of this.
Are you really?
Like, no, 100%. When I worked at Thrivent, look, when I worked at both Wells Fargo and Thrivent, the overwhelming majority of my managers were female.
And they punished you for your balls.
The guy who hired me was male, and he gave me a salary that I learned was slightly higher than some of the other women I worked with. However, I will say two things. One, I had discernible metrics that were higher than everybody I worked with. And that's why they made me a quote unquote subject matter expert. Even though they didn't give me any increased pay, they gave me increased responsibility and authority. But that being said, I had discernible metrics that were higher than the people around me. So I did make slightly, and we're talking like $1,000 a year. I mean, we're not talking about a ton of money. I made slightly more than some of my peers. However, despite numerous attempts, being the literal highest performer in the entire department, I could not, for the life of me, get promoted. For the life of me, I'm trying. I'm like, guys, you don't understand how my brain works. I was talking about this yesterday. I am bored. I need to do something more. I need to learn something new. I have like employment ADD. You've got to engage me. And they would not do it. And again, I'm the highest performer in the entire department, and women around me were getting promoted out.
Yeah.
I 100%.
This sort of thing has been happening. This sort of thing has been happening literally for decades. My father in the 80s couldn't get hired. I couldn't get promoted. He won an award as being a master teacher given to one person in the city per year. And he won an award as far as being a master teacher and could not get promoted to vice principal. And every time it was like he was told, sorry, there's some black women who we have to promote. And this was in the 80s.
Yeah. And when I worked at Wells Fargo and when I worked at Thrivent, both of them had on file diversity positive promotion policies where they literally said they look to women and people of color for promotions, and that they look to enhance the level of promotion going on. And what they did,
and that's why when people say white privilege, it gets me so angry, because it's not just that there's no such thing. Even the things that people say is white privilege, what people claim is white privilege, is the fact that like, oh, blacks are more likely to get pulled over by a cop. That might be true, and that sucks, and that shouldn't happen. That would be, if assuming that is true, which actually makes sense to me. I could see that happening, and it's probably wrong. And I think, you probably have heard black people who said that. That does not make for white privilege. That makes for black disability. That means something that should not be happening to black people is happening to black people. The same way I would say people should not be born with only one hand. They should be born with two hands. If they're born with only one hand, they are disabled. So too, people who should not be pulled over all the time for doing nothing at all and are being pulled over, they similarly are disabled. Not me, who's not pulled over, is now suddenly privileged. I don't have a privilege of not being pulled over. So, but what is actually legitimate is, that the white disability, so to speak, is because of the history of what's going on from decades past, before the 60s, that now you're more likely, you're going to struggle harder to get into a college. You have to do better on your SATs to get in college. You're less likely to get promoted or be brought into a STEM field because they would be much more excited to bring in a woman than a man. I mean, Nate the lawyer admits that the reason he was getting scholarships into law schools with grades that were far below some of his white peers who couldn't even get in. And he's getting scholarships. I think he got into, like, I don't remember, some Florida law school university.
You gotta, the trick to law school is you gotta go to a shit one that really needs students. Cause I got a 30% scholarship for no reason. They're like, your LSAT scores are great. Your GPA is bad. I'm like, look, I was a writing major. What do you want from me? What you want A's in writing? What's an A in writing even mean? That's all pretend. And I'm like, but listen, my LSAT score though. And they're like, that is a really good LSAT score, I guess. And so they gave me a 30% scholarship. I didn't deserve it, but it wasn't white privilege. You know what it was? It was literally, I went to a school that had a scholarship fund that had extra money left over. That's the trick you got to do. You got stop trying to get into a good law school.
Well, I fell for that. I fell for that because I was offered a 25% scholarship to Brooklyn, and I ended up going to Fordham, figuring it's a better school. It's worth it, even though I got no scholarship to Fordham.
Should have gone to Brooklyn.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I
Because-
know I'm right because Fordham University got mad at that the Chinese immigrant kid who on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square just posted an innocuous picture on Instagram of him holding an AR-15 at neutral, right? Like at neutral, pointed at the ground, didn't say anything. Then he posted that, and they banned him from coming back to campus forever.
Really?
Yeah,
When did that happen?
a year or two ago, probably 2 years ago. Probably this is probably 2019 before Corona. Yeah, this Fordham student, he sued him. I don't know how it ended up. I should check in on that guy. But yeah, he
Aren't you
posted-
Catholic?
I mean, I was raised Catholic. I
So
don't
how
know
are
if
you
I
telling me not? I shouldn't go to the second biggest Catholic school in the country. Come on,
is Fordham I don't know.
they are, but they're second behind.
I'm
Notre Dame.
behind Notre Dame. Okay. Yeah. Look, I'm like the worst Catholic. I'm just Catholic enough to be elected Pope in the event of an emergency. That's it.
You're like 476 on the list, but you're on the list at least. So
I should be number one. I'd make a great Pope.
you would be a phenomenal Pope. Can you anyone imagine Pope Nick? Wow.
Married,
You would be
5
amazing.
kids. I'm like, what do you got? How do we have all these virgin
okay.
popes
So when
out there?
Vatican City finally wakes up and makes you Pope, what are the first 3 pronouncements that you're going to come out with? I think this is something that your audience has been waiting for years to find out. And I'm the first one who's brave enough and bold enough to ask this question to you. When you are universally declared Pope,
Look, the Catholic
what
Church
are your decrees?
literally, Catholic Church still doesn't support gay marriage. We don't care what governments do, but we don't support it.
So would you support it?
Me?
Yeah.
I support nothing being endorsed by government.
Oh, I love that answer. That's my answer. You stole my answer. I don't think any marriage should be supported by government.
Yeah, I want government to only do
based.
civil unions.
Yeah, exactly. We all should have civil unions, and if you want to get married, so go to your priest, go to your rabbi, go to your mullah, and go get married. God bless.
Exactly. Why do you need to tell the government this at all? They don't have anything to do with who's in your bedroom.
No, it's so stupid. It's the stupidest thing in the world. In fact, I'll tell you this much. So I got married and had a kid, and my kid was like a year old before I actually got legally married.
Good.
And because to me the legal marriage was so utterly meaningless. I was holding my oldest daughter and on my shoulder while we're online waiting to get married, and we don't, and Ortho Jews don't engage in the whole premarital at all. But to me, to us, we were completely married as soon as Rabbi gave us the thing. So
yeah, neither do Catholics or whatever. First thing is Catholic Church. Look,
yes, Pope Nick.
and literally, I say we
have
love
a Pope
everybody.
Hat you could put on for a moment so we can actually get a picture, like a little.
No joke. I literally have one.
Go get it. We'll wait.
I don't know where it is. My kid stole it.
Oh my gosh.
No, so short round.
I will tell you this: your hair looks like ridiculously good today. Like you got a new conditioner. For like the longest time, your hair's been looking really run down, and you got a new conditioner, which is totally working.
Can we get Femi on this? For the longest time, I did the shower conditioner thing. Like you wash your hair, you put the conditioner in, and then you got to like rinse it out. And it's weird because like, do you rinse all of it out or some of it? And then my wife's like, I have this spray conditioner. So after you shower, you spray it on like hairspray, and it's miraculously good. Wow. I'm like, what the? Why would you ever have this like goop that you cram into your hair? Because no matter who you are, and it doesn't matter how little you use too much conditioner in your hair if you're using it in the shower.
Yeah, for sure. Stuff, I always do. Yeah.
You get out of the shower, you just spray the stuff in, and then your hair is fluffy and wonderful. I don't know. Look, women got something right. They nailed it.
Yeah.
On this, I trust them on conditioner. So anyway, my first decree is that, look, the Catholic Church loves everybody. We love you. God loves you. But look, we don't endorse gay marriage. You do what you want. Governments can do what they want. Catholic Church doesn't marry gay people because it's just not part of who we are. Second thing, I reinforce, women will never be priests in the Catholic Church. I'm sorry. They just won't.
That's
That's not their role. That is not their role. Women lead in ministry, women lead in healing, women lead in the sisterhood, in the whatever you call them, the sororital orders.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a proper role for them. And then men are priests.
I don't believe in female rabbis, by the way.
Yeah, and so
that's a very objectionable thing to say in public, but that's just, we never had it before. This is a new invention created by.
It's okay, and like, look,
Jews.
if you want to be a female teacher, you can be a female teacher. Like, go do that. But we're not going to recognize you as a priest. That's a separate thing. And then the third thing I implement, and this is maybe the most controversial, is I say priests can marry. I actually do say this. And the reason I say this is simple. Catholic priests offer marriage counseling to their congregation. And I do not believe that celibate Catholic priests have any ability to speak into the lives of married people. I don't believe they do. I believe
because they've never practiced, so you can't imagine you can't really know what practical guidance is if you haven't lived it yourself.
Not only have they never lived it, they never will. They never can. They can't consider it as part of their thing. So I say, look, they allow Catholic deacons to marry. They allow, actually, if you're previously married, I believe there's something. I don't know if
I never understood the whole Catholic opposition to marriage of priests. I never understood it at all. To me,
it's based on Paul saying that basically,
him married to the church.
Yeah, he says it's not for everyone, but it's for me. I am not going to ever get married. Paul's the first MGTOW on the planet, and he's great. But he says it's not for everyone, but for me. For me, I've devoted my life to Christ. I'm not going to get married. And then the Catholics extrapolate that and say nobody in a leadership position should be married, which is weird because that's a veneration of Paul rather than a consideration of Paul. And I think that a lot of Catholics and a lot of evangelicals venerate Paul above his station. They teach, like, and we're getting into New Testament theology here, but they teach Paul as if he were Jesus. And it's like, whatever you believe about Jesus, Paul isn't. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's like, Paul's he's just a guy and a teacher. And I don't think Paul would ever elevate himself to the level that evangelicals and Catholics have elevated Paul today. But they've done that. And so those are my three first statements. And I say, look, the Catholic Church is the Catholic Church. We are here to love, minister to the world, but we do have rules for what happens in our church with our priests, with our congregants, and you don't have to follow them, but we believe that this is the way. And I think you stop apologizing for anything at all about that. Like, why on earth is the Catholic Church ever kowtowing to like wokeism or a government? Like your diktats come.
Why does anyone do it?
God,
why does anyone do it? Yeah, seriously. It does. It almost makes it sound as if you don't really believe in what you're preaching when you're saying I have to give in to like what the public feels. No, you're telling the public what they're supposed to feel. That's your role. But my question for you is this: do you think that if your philosophy of priests marrying had been employed by the church, let's say 100 years ago, that we wouldn't have seen the same number of scandals of boys being abused by priests?
1,000,000%, yes.
Because I speculate that like if a man is cut off from being able to express his to basically vent his sexual hunger in a healthy way, so you're only greatly increasing the odds that they're going to express it in a very unhealthy way. That's just because I think we all have that sexual hunger, and to just pretend it's not there because a person is choosing profession A is beyond me as being an unreasonable expectation of man.
Since we're talking about the church, we'll speak in terms of God. But even if you don't believe in God, like evolution dictates that men will spread their
Seed.
genetic lineage, right? Like we will attempt to maximize our genetic reproduction by default. And the ones who do not, this isn't a bad thing. It just means they're aberrant. So, for example, homosexuality is a low percentage of men because it's a statistical oddity. It doesn't make the people bad or worthy of any sort of hatred or anything like that, but it is a statistical outlier. It is say this is not the norm. The norm is for men to spread their genetic code to as many possible partners as possible.
Oh, you don't want me to start theorizing about men being homosexuals. You don't want me going down that road.
No, that's okay. And so the idea, so that's from an evolutionary perspective. From
an evolutionary perspective, absolutely nobody should ever be a homosexual.
But from a God perspective, especially, God created sexuality. He gives a gift to humanity. He says, go enjoy this. It's great. I made a partner for you that is so like you won't be able, you literally, like as a male, you will not be able to take your mind off the idea of a partner for more than about 15 hours at a time. Like that's it.
Well, the
like
purpose
if you're
of
not having
hunger,
sex, like you're going to try and find a way to resolve this issue because you're not having this gift that I've given you. And it's that prevalent. And I think maybe women don't understand like what God or evolution has done to men, in the fact that no, this is a thing that you need to experience on a frequent basis because it's a gift. But that's me.
Well, the purpose of sexual hunger is whether you're an evolutionist or a creationist, it doesn't matter. It comes down to the exact same thing. The purpose of a man's sexual appetite is that the earth will be propagated. So whether you're a creationist and God wants to propagate the earth with people, or the propagation of the species, like as far as this, the hunger to survive, is that the humanoid that actually is walking the earth, that mutation that we all are, the reason we survived is because there was this hunger to propagate the earth. So, and that's why, by the way, most of sexual hunger and sexual appetite comes towards a potential mate who's very healthy looking. Like if we see someone who's covered in leprosy, we are naturally repulsed from it. If you see a dead
unless
corpse,
you got a weird fetish.
What I'm saying is, that's someone who's. I know you're making a joke, but you're right. Yeah. But that's someone who's really screwed up in the mind. But any normal, healthy person is naturally attracted to someone who's fit and doesn't have teeth that look backward, because that just doesn't look healthy. A woman who's oversized as far as being humongous doesn't appear healthy. It used to be 200 years ago, people thought that women were healthier if they were heavier, which is why that was what was in vogue. But today we think of a woman who's fitter as being healthier, which is why that is what's considered more sexually appealing, unless you're from the woke left, in which case you have to be a size 22 in order to belong.
We learned about diabetes. That's all. We're like, oh, these thicker girls are hot, and then we're like, oh God, these thicker girls are going to die at 42.
Right.
Did you see this?
Go ahead.
In the Victoria's Secret thing, so they've revamped their stores to appeal to bigger women.
Yeah.
Did you know that? So I learned this. The average size that a woman wears in the United States is 16 to 18 misses.
No way.
Which is a women's size 20W.
I don't believe that.
That is the average.
That's a lie.
Size.
That's a lie.
20W.
That's a lie. I don't believe that's true.
That's a big lady.
That's not true. I think that's a really, really large woman.
The average.
That's the average. What does that even mean?
The average size of a woman in the United States is over 170 pounds and 5'4".
Bull.
No, that's the average. That's the number. You can type it in right now.
Really?
Yeah.
There's size 10 shoe also, right?
Not if they're 5'4". They're somehow supporting themselves on a 6.5 or whatever. 7.5.
USA. It says here, according to Google, average woman's size is 14.
Right, but there's that's according to Google. The Victoria's Secret article I was reading the other day said 2017 study shows that women wear the average size of a Mrs. 16 to 18, which equates to a women's 20W.
Actually, so then they're saying in USA Today, this is back in 2016. So
this is a 2017 study that I'm talking about.
So I'm seeing here, Upworthy says size 14 is no longer the average size for an American woman. I don't know what the hell. Now it's 16 to 18. Wow.
That's a Mrs. 16 to 18. That's even misrepresenting it, because a woman 16 is smaller than a Mrs. 16. A Mrs. is old lady 16.
Wow. This is what happens when you give out participation trophies and women don't have to exercise. You blame that?
But it's okay, because men are going ahead. A man won Miss Las Vegas, so it's or Miss Nevada. Or
Did he really?
So a male to female trans is the Miss Nevada.
Do you call a male to female trans a man or a woman?
I don't call them at all. I literally no, like in all seriousness, jokes aside, I don't care if you're female to male trans, if you're male to female trans. Like, look, if we're talking on an individual level, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to address you by whatever you want to be addressed by. I don't care who you are. Like that's just polite conversation. However, the hardest thing is for people I've known for a significant amount of time. Like one of my friends from college is a male to female trans. He's not really my friend. She is not really my friend much anymore. I haven't talked to them in a long time. I would be, but they went from being a relatively normal person to suddenly making every issue a trans issue. And that took about 2 years post transition. And it was like, because when they first transitioned, I was like, I'm really interested in this. Like I've known you for years and I never got anything like this. You know, I'm curious about how this works out. And so I had minor problems. The person's name was Nick, and then they changed to Nicole. But when we were in college, we were both named Nick. So they went by Nico instead of Nick to make it easy for our friends to, like, if we're in the same room, like,
right. Yeah.
Right. So I still, and I tried really hard not to.
Would you be offended if I started calling you Nico?
I don't care what you call me.
Okay.
Like, I literally don't care. But this person preferred to be called Nicole. However, recognized that people who had known them for like 7 years were probably going to call them Nico from time to time, right? Like they're going to slip because they've been calling him forever. So they're very gracious at first. And then eventually, though, changed into every single Facebook post. And then I stopped using Facebook. So I haven't kept up with him, her.
He became a bitch, basically.
Yeah, every single thing was about a trans issue. And I'm like, I don't think you're going to agree with me on pretty much anything. Because one, like, I don't care what parts you cut off or what parts you add. Like, you have some wiring in your body that's a particular way. Like, you were made this way. Again, whether you believe in God or evolution, it doesn't matter. Like,
you still have them Y chromosomes. You got them.
Yeah, you have that Y chromosome. You got that. You don't get to suddenly change that just because you, like, look, if I get a tattoo, does that make me a different gender? No. Same thing with you cutting off your, like, it's not a lot different. This is a cosmetic change. You don't turn a penis into a fully functional womb. So it's literally cosmetic.
Yeah.
At some point.
It's completely cosmetic. Yeah.
Like, you can't say that this is an actual, it's not an actual transition.
Right.
That's fine.
You don't become a birthing person.
And I don't care what people do. I literally, like, the libertarian side of me, I don't care. If you want to call yourself a woman or a man, what's it to me?
Yeah,
that doesn't bother me at all. We start to get into different questions when you're talking about bathrooms and all that stuff. And that's a complicated issue, but no, I mean, for me, I will do my best to call people by whatever quote unquote pronouns they have. I don't use pronouns that much, right? Like, I just use names when I'm talking to people because I'm a normal person. Like, I'm not going to be like, Joe, are you a him or a her? Like, you're just Joe. I'm going to talk to you like Joe.
Yeah.
But that's me. Anyway, okay,
that's why I'm gonna
next.
start introducing myself as Joe, he, him.
Do it. You've immediately become 10% less cancelable. If you address yourself,
Joe,
if you
he,
introduce
him.
yourself as Joe, she, her, suddenly you become 100% less cancelable.
You know, when Chief Watt, when the Indians, when the Indians were canceled, Cleveland Indians were canceled by Larry Dolan last week, and they had that whole Tom Hanks video selling it to the city of Cleveland. You're aware of this, right? I'm not giving you new information, right?
Wait, what was this?
You're really not aware of this? Am I really giving you new information?
Sorry, I made the mistake of reading chat.
Out?
All
Yeah.
kinds of good degeneracy going on in chat.
Okay, so you know that the Cleveland Indians...
Yeah, they changed their name to the Guardians.
Yes, and they actually hired Tom Hanks to create a 2-minute video explaining about, how the best part of our name has always been Cleveland. As if that's not a complete lie.
Why would you hire Tom Hanks? Is he from Cleveland?
No, it's apparently in the 70s he spent 3 years there. That's his tie.
No, you're joking. You're joking.
No. So they hired.
You couldn't
Tom Hanks.
hire somebody from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, something Cleveland is known for.
No. This is why. Because when you want to sell something that everyone knows is bunk and stupid and crazy, because think about it, Indian is not even a slur.
No,
there are 1.3 billion people today on the planet who are Indians.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I got to stop you. That doesn't even exist. That's a pretend number. It's a fake stat created by the FBI to propagate the lie that is India. Yeah. But Indian for Native American isn't a slur either.
Right. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. It's not like, it's not like the Washington Redskins. This is just, it's Indians. It was a mistaken term that they applied to Native Americans.
Right, it's a slur against the Spaniards or the Portuguese who named them.
Do you want to know why they're called the Indians, by the way? Do you know how they came up with it?
They made it to India.
No. I mean, why Cleveland called their team the Indians.
No, what is it?
In 1894, because one of the first team members was an actual Indian. They actually had an Indian on the original team, so they said, you know what? We're going to call ourselves the Indians. That sounds like kind of fearsome. So no. Now they're the Cleveland Guardians, and you know who's going to make it right for you? Who's going to make you feel better? You need to pull up that commercial from Tom Hanks. It's 2-minute long video. We have to watch this together and break this down. So, and I'm not sure if it was edited because I saw it on Friday, and when I saw it on Friday, he talks about how Cleveland always stands for pride and loyalty. And that's what makes us guardian. And we're now guardians. We're guardians of a city. And now that's why we're the Cleveland Guardians. And it's like so many people were like, pride and loyalty. You have a complete embarrassment over your damn name that you've had for 127 years. 1894. That name's been around longer than the New York Yankees. Longer than the Red Sox is the Cleveland Indians. And they just threw it in the garbage because a bunch of white liberal girls, literally, bunch of white liberal girls were like, oh my gosh, they're slurring the Native Americans. Nobody gives a damn about this except for white liberal girls. No damn Indian cares about it. No Navajo, no Cherokee, no Sioux, no Khoi, whatever Indian you want to come up with. Go for it.
Khoi? Look, no, real quick though.
Yeah.
Like if it was a slur, it'd be the Cleveland Savages, the Cleveland Scalpers,
right.
the Cleveland Hoo-Hoos.
Or Redskins. You understand? Like, okay, fine.
The Cleveland Tatanka Killers. The Cleveland Buffalo Extinctioners. Like you'd come up with something great. Like if you want to really dig in, you'd be like, the Cleveland, they don't believe in land ownership, so we stole it all from them.
Yeah, the Cleveland should have invented guns.
The Cleveland too dumb to understand property rights is
the Cleveland suckers who take disease infested blankets.
The Cleveland literally still believe in Thunderbirds is
the Cleveland suckers who sold Manhattan for $24.
The Cleveland smallpox. Like you could come up with any number of better names.
The Cleveland Steamers.
The Cleveland Steamers. The Cleveland Trail of Tears, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, they should have named it the Cleveland Andrew Jacksons. That's what they really should have named. They could have nailed this thing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. The Cleveland Hakawees from F Troop.
The Cleveland Peyotes.
Nice.
The Cleveland Drum Circle. Like the Cleveland, we dance to make rain and it never comes. What do you want? The Cleveland,
hey yeah.
come on, come up with a good. Don't sell me short on Indians. You come up with a real offensive name, or you go back home and you do the assignment again.
Dude, the whole assignment, you got an F on this assignment.
The Cleveland Archers. Why weren't they the Cleveland Archers? God damn it, Joe! Why? Hire me. I will come up with something way more offensive.
You totally could have. If you were going to be offensive, there's a million more.
The Cleveland loincloths. What do you want? What do you want? The Cleveland Squaws? I mean, they already have the Atlanta Braves, so I guess you got to have the Cleveland Squaws. What is this? Okay, so here's the commercial in question. Let's take a look at this.
You know what? The Cleveland Trans Indians. Oh my god. So when I made speaking of which, when I made my reaction to this thing, after I saw this, I made a 2-minute video. You're not a subscriber on my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com. Goodlogic.locals.com. It was only for my subscribers. It's 2 minutes long. I had a video.
Oh, beautiful.
Which I basically said, I wasn't born in India, but I consider myself Indian transnational fluid, because sometimes I feel like I'm in India, like I was born in India. I feel a cultural relationship. And I and 1.3 billion brethren of mine were so deeply wounded by Larry Dolan's decision to strip us of the one team that bore our name. So yes, let's hear Tom Hanks. Oh, the reason they got Tom Hanks is because Morgan Freeman isn't woke enough.
That's right.
He would have been like, you need a voice that everyone's going to trust and listen to and be like, oh, well, Mr. Popular said it. We have to go. That's true. It's got to be true. That's why they chose Tom Hanks.
Heel versus Babyface says the Cleveland Keemosabis. God damn it. All right.
That's a really great one. The Cleveland Keemosabis. That's great.
Here we go. Let's do this.
Be on the rise.
Yeah, you started a second too late.
Iron down past.
Go back.
We are a city of
wait. Oh yeah, I did. It was.
You started a second in. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
We are a city on the rise.
We
are a city on the rise.
Obviously, everyone thinks of Cleveland City on the rise.
Future from our iron down past. We are a city of fire and water.
A city on fire.
Of trees and towers. Built through generations of blue collars and the brightest scholars. And all of those who worked hard.
Renoir's thinker.
We hold tight to our roots and set our sights on tomorrow.
We hold tight to our roots unless you want us to keep our team name.
And this is our team that has stood with our city for more than a century.
The literal Indians.
To the corner of Carnegie. A team that has seen its own progress and prosperity.
But can't see
really.
Can't see a World
When did the Indians
Series
ever win anything since Carl Hubble?
A history that has given us miraculous moments. Moments that span years and others 22 games.
They haven't been to the World Series for 60 years.
That broke hearts. Moments that proved
they're on the rise.
More than a game.
But here's the moment.
We remember those moments as we move forward with change.
Here it comes. Moving forward, change.
Cleveland. That's the best part of our name.
Cleveland's the best part of our name.
Now it's time. Unite as one family, one community. To build the next era for this team and this city. To keep watch and guard what makes this game the greatest. To come together and welcome all who want to join us. We are loyal and proud and resilient.
Loyal and proud.
We protect what we've earned and always defend it. Together we stand with all who understand what it means to be born and built from the land. Because
look at all the white men
and the game we believe in. And together, we are all Cleveland Guardians.
Don't you believe in it?
I do. I believe in it. I'm a believer. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Her being Tom Hanks.
The Cleveland Guardians. Yeah. What is his relationship? There is none. There's no relationship at all.
No, it's nonsensical.
We're a city of pride and loyalty. How are you a city of pride and loyalty? Where is your pride? You're proud of your team name?
They're not proud of their team name.
That was the other thing.
Clearly, they're not.
The most embarrassing part of the name Cleveland Indians is actually Cleveland. It should have been the Ohio Indians. That would have been that should have been the change.
Yeah.
The Midwest Indians.
The generic Midwest state Indians.
Yes.
God, what a disaster this is. So they get Tom Hanks. Now look, I'm gonna make
the Navajos.
I'm gonna get a the Navajos.
Navajos.
I'm gonna get a copyright claim on that because of the song. So let's comment on the song by the Black Keys.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Completely inappropriate for what's going on. It should have been a drum circle. It should have respected.
Isn't the Black Keys a reference to Indians also? Isn't that like what their whole name is?
I thought it was just those keys on the people.
Is that the Black Hills where the Indians live?
No.
I'm not making that up, by the way. In your part of the world, like in North Dakota, isn't there like the Black Hills, which is like all Indian?
Black
country?
Hills is South Dakota, but the Black Keys is, a couple of. Well, I mean, let me just go ahead and pull up a picture of the Black Keys. Mm-hmm. I think that's the important thing to do. We got to show this, when they want to show that they're inclusive, that they're not being offensive. They go ahead and they hire the Black Keys. Very, very important to recognize who they have hired to represent their now inclusive group of people. It's the Black Keys, right here. That's the Black Keys. Look at them. Look at the diversity.
So they hire a white guy to narrate with the back song from the white people to apologize for saying we're so sorry that we called our team the Cleveland Indians for the last 127 years, even though it offended nobody but a bunch of white chicks.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Washington Redskins, the Cleveland Indians, there are zero documented Native Americans who are offended by these teams.
And by the way, okay, even if you want to claim that Redskins is offensive, fine. That I can sort of get. That was intended.
But it was an affectionate term for the Native American guy. Like their trainer was a Native guy.
I totally agree that it's bizarre and stupid and wrong and idiotic and childish, and that it's all 100% virtue signaling and not real. But at least there's some sort of justification that you can understand where they're coming from. That yes, that was never intended originally it was not intended as a complimentary name. So much as if you called it, if you call them the Washington Wops, no one would say, "Oh, that's okay. That's okay."
Everybody would, because the Boston Celtics still exist.
So, what Celtics is not offensive?
Irish.
That's not a way of mocking the Irish.
Like there's literally Notre Dame is the Fighting Irish.
Okay.
Because the Irish get drunk and fight. Like that's literally the genesis of their name.
Okay, but whatever. But my point is, Redskins at least is intended to be on some level a slur. Indians is just what they're called. I mean, how is that? What? That's what could unless they changed it. Imagine if they changed it to Cleveland Native Americans. That would have been hilarious. The
Cleveland Americans.
The Cleveland Native Americans. Oh my god.
Cleveland natives.
The Cleveland indigenous.
The Cleveland indiges. That's what you got to do.
The Cleveland indigents.
No, I know, Kalinka. I know that WAP is an offensive Italian slur to without papers. Like I know that it is an offense, but if you were the Cleveland Wops or whatever, like I guess you'd have to be like the New Jersey Wops.
Hey,
you're looking, hey, it's the Jersey Wops.
Hey,
look, it's a volleyball team because we're always down on the boardwalk. Know what I'm saying? Like you got the Jersey Wops. Okay,
Nicky the nose here is weighing in here about the Jersey Wops.
Nobody would care, right? Yeah. Like, look, it's It's a Nikki, a Frankie, a Paulie. That's it. Look, you got Nikki the nose, you got Nikki the knife, you got Paulie, you got Paul, you got Frankie, you got Frank, you got Nick, you got Nick, Nicolito, whatever it is. That's that whole scene in Goodfellas.
Yes,
where he's being.
They got Johnny 2 times. Everyone they call him that because he said everything 2 times. I'm gonna go get the paper. Get the paper.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the papers. Get the papers. But then everybody else is named like Paulie or Nikki or Frankie or whatever. Like that's what it is. But it's amazing. No, I know it's an offensive term, and no one would care about it. No one would, because no one should.
Yeah.
No one should care about any of this stuff.
But a bunch of white college chicks really care a lot.
Yeah. And that's the target demo for all of this stuff is white college chicks. For some reason, like they don't have any money. They haven't married a man yet.
Oh no, but that's the thing is they expect that they're going to marry some beta white dude who's going to be making money.
They have 70% less income than anyone else their age. Like, why would you cater to these people?
No, I like that. It took me a second to get through on that one. The 70% less.
They're really good at soccer, but they get paid way less for it or whatever. Like they just can't market themselves. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's do live chats and let's wrap up the show. It's way later than I thought it was.
That's because time flies with me. So what do you want?
It's already past 2, and we're here just telling jokes about wops and dagos and natives and hoo-hoos and scalpers or whatever. Like we're sitting here with all these racial slurs. Like how can we even possibly keep track of time? Let's see. Baby Gorilla says,
Chief never make $1.
Thanks for the live stream. This is from Baby Gorillas. I'm enjoying it. Drinking Jefferson Reserve Prost. What are your thoughts on California Newsom state mandated vaccines on state and healthcare employees? I'm an ER EMT and I don't want the jab. Look, man, there's almost nothing you can do. Maybe because it's a state actor, you have a little bit of a different argument. But if your employers are private, there's almost nothing you can do.
Have you gotten the jab?
No.
If they made it like you couldn't get on an airplane without getting the jab, would you get the jab?
Maybe. I really don't want to have to make that decision because sometimes I have to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes I just have to fly. Like I've got a flight at the end of August that I have to
see. That's
make.
What's really scary is that those of us who have not yet been jabbed, we know that like there's a certain pressure point where it's like, what am I supposed to do? I can't like. I got my principles, and then it's not like my principles are that vehemently against it. I have concerns about it. I don't like it, but it's like
I'm not actually opposed to the concept of a COVID vaccine. I became opposed to the forceful application,
the mandatory nature
of vaccine.
Yeah, the mandatory nature of it.
The mandatory nature plus the liability exemption for the pharmaceuticals. Those two
they
things
have zero
combined,
skin in the game. They have zero skin in the game at all.
That's
Zero.
where I'm like, I don't know about this. I'm not telling anybody else what to do. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't get it. A lot of people I know have got it.
We are both saying that you should consult your doctor and do whatever your doctor recommends for you. That's exactly what you should do.
Yeah, consult your healthcare professional and take into consideration the learned words of experts, as you should do on basically every subject. That's great. You make that decision for yourself. For me, I live in a small town. The only place that the coof hit here was at the nursing home because they imported it in. And it was very, very unfortunate. But outside of that, like all of the deaths were 80 plus. And so it's like, okay, no one around here is getting sick from it. I'm not going to go expose myself to this thing because I don't have a reason to. But if they required it for flights, I have a very tough question to answer. Like, can I drive? Like at the end of August, I'm going to Seattle. That's a long drive, and I can't add 6 days of travel on either side of my trip. So, like at that point, do I get the jab? Here's all I can hope: it shouldn't be mandatory. And if they would have just asked me to get it, if they would have said, "Okay, you know what? We've developed a thing. Here's the science around it. We really highly recommend people to get it." I'm probably on board. I'm not anti-vax. I've got tons of vaccines. I got all kinds of shit floating in my body. I don't get the flu vaccine because it makes me sick. Like it literally every time I get the flu vaccine, I get the flu. I know it's not supposed to happen. I know it's not supposed to be related. It's just my experience. So I don't get it anymore. And my wife goes, "Are you going to get the flu vaccine this year?" And I said, no, I'm going to just get sick or I'm not going to get sick. That's my life.
At one point, Governor Murphy was considering throwing out a program they were going to call "Get a Shot in a Beer," where it's like they're going to give you a free beer if you got jabbed.
Well, is it Michigan or is it Pennsylvania that they have a $1 million lottery and some chick actually won? She got the poke, and then they did a drawing and she got $1 million.
Right. Well, and I actually they were talking about.
I would never get that.
They were talking about poking. They were talking about giving this program. I was like, you know what, for a beer, I might do it. Why not? It's like I'm like so. I was like so on the fence that I was like, you know, give me a little incentive. Why should I just like volunteer for it? If you're gonna give me some, you're talking about giving me some incentive. They were talking about giving like free tickets to like
one place was a burger, like you got a fast food burger or something. In one city. Look, if you're gonna offer people a lottery ticket for $1 million, I don't want it. I don't want it at that.
Yeah,
point.
that I don't, because I don't think I'm gonna win that one. It's like that. I'd
and
be
see,
like, that's not worth it.
And again,
that's
I live
$1.
in a very,
that's literally $1. You can sign up for $1 for a lottery ticket.
I live in a very small town, but the pool is much smaller, right? Than that lotto ticket pool.
Oh, okay.
You get one entry each, and then you got however many.
You're saying there's like 20,000 people in it, so it's not like
a lot smaller.
It's not like 1 in a billion. It's like 1 in a, that actually does change it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but to me, like if you need to offer a $1 million lottery, like I don't want it at that point.
You're trying too hard.
Yeah, the lady doth protest too much. I don't want it. Look, you don't have to do a gimmick to get me to do a thing. You just have to ask. It was the same with masks. Like I'm in theory, I was okay with people actually just saying, "Hey, you know what? If you come to our business, could you wear a mask? You know, that'd be fine." And then here's what because this happened, I said no, and I went to a different store. If all the stores in my town ask for masks, eventually I'm gonna just wear a mask, right?
Right.
But when your government says you have to wear it, that's when I go, wait a minute, though. Now I don't want to. When an authority says you have to do it, I'm not gonna.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
Totally get that. It's almost like, you know, it makes a woman it's so unsexy if she's like trying so hard to get your attention.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, if you need to work that hard, or for a guy also, if a guy needs to work that hard to get a girl's attention, she's like, what am I doing with him? He's a loser.
And women know this inherently. They go after guys who ignore them right away.
Yeah.
Like that's their first choice.
Yeah.
Like the guy who's like, "Hey, can I buy you that third drink?" They're like, "Yeah, no." That's weird.
No, traditionally that was always my move, is that I would just ignore women, just ignore them completely. And they'd be throwing themselves at me, and I wouldn't know it because I was so busy ignoring that. Like they just moved on. They're like,
you went too far.
Yeah,
You
I took the ignore to like a whole.
You looked into the abyss, and the abyss called you in.
No, I was like, no, girl. I'll be back here in like 2, 3, maybe 11 years or so. So you wait here. You wait here.
I mean. It's actually a weird product in my opinion of being married, is because I literally don't pay attention to women, and I noticed that ever since I got married, the sort of the advances in the forthrightness of other women became more prominent. It's not like it's happening every day. I'm not like drowning in denials of women or anything like that. I'm not trying to portray that, but it's just I started noticing that as I literally just had no interest or time for other women, that made them more interested in me. It's weird, but that's how it works. And
I actually got really lucky with like Lady Lawgic, that she happens to be like really hot and like just really cool. So like I don't know, I just stopped like everyone else. Like, what am I bothering? Like I'm good here. So
I have what I like. I don't really need anything else. It's great. Baby Gorilla says, "Oh, by the way, I don't wear a mask and have been face to face with patients without one. Never got you know the thing. You know the thing." Yeah. So I'm not in favor of any mandatory anything from a government or from a government employer. And the other thing they're doing now is they're pushing the like monthly checkups or whatever, the monthly boosters or something.
That's the other thing which really drives me crazy, because once you get jabbed once, they're going to be wanting to jab you every 4 months. It's going to become like a thing. Like you're like,
yeah,
you're going to be on your jabbing schedule.
Yep. I don't approve of that. But I'm not an epidemiologist, an immunologist, or a virologist. I don't know anything about it. But for me, that type of stuff, I see a big profit motive, and I see a liability immunity, and I go, okay. Like, I wish I was the pharmaceutical company that came up with this, because I just made billions of dollars for free.
Yeah, you never really expressed it that way, but that's a really good point. And that is, like, you really have every incentive to cut corners, because you're not going to need FDA approval. You're going to be making billions of dollars, and if you completely screw up, there's zero liability. So why, if there's a basis to cut corners, this is the sort of conversation that gets channels taken off the air. Yeah,
we should probably stop it. Again, all of your vaccine decisions should be made on consultation with your healthcare professional and consultation of the words of the learned experts. We are just two lawyers.
I'm not kidding. You should cut the stream as of like 3:14.
That'll be okay.
All right.
The rule on YouTube is that you have to give a contravening statement for this, and
I am a firm believer that everyone should do whatever their doctor. You're an idiot if you follow the advice of two lawyers who are not willing to give you legal advice on medical advice.
Terrible.
We're not willing to take responsibility for legal advice. So if you're taking our suggestions on medical advice, then you're a complete moron. So there's no medical advice here. Listen to what your doctor says.
I don't give anybody medical advice. My good friend Ty has gotten the jab for business reasons. He got it. The only reason, I should say one of the primary reasons that I haven't, is because it literally is not a problem in our community. And I'm such a hermit that I'm not exposed. My kids don't go to public school. It's hard to get it into my house because I'm literally at home all the time. And so are all of my family members. So,
and I didn't get it because Q told me not to. So.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Provolone Loaf says, separate for you and good logic. You are Chief Justice and can handpick 8 other law tubers for your court. One has to be legal eagle. Who else do you choose?
What was it? What was it?
You're the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Okay.
You get to choose 8 other law tubers for your court, and one has to be legal eagle. So you actually only get to choose 7.
Are you supposed to choose 8?
Are there even 7 others?
So in addition to I would put Shipwreck Crew and Barnes on the same group just to watch them just go at each other. Have you seen the two of them fight with each other?
Never heard of Shipwreck Crew.
You never heard Barnes railing on Shipwreck Crew?
No.
Okay, so if you check Twitter for Shipwrecked Crew.
Okay.
Apparently he's a former prosecutor. He spent like 20 years as a prosecutor. He has some no one knows what his real name is. He's on Red State. He's on Red. He posts on Red State.
I know this guy. He's a lawyer on easy mode. I don't trust this guy immediately.
He's got a picture of Elmer Fudd instead of his real name. No one knows his real name. He has a picture of Elmer Fudd, and Robert Barnes can't stand him. He sounds intelligent to me. I'm like, okay, he seems to know a lot more about the criminal justice system than I'll ever know. I mean, he's talking about what prosecutor kind of thing. And Robert Barnes and he have feuded. It's a good checkout. If you're ever bored, go look through Robert Barnes' stream on Twitter and watch him fight with Shipwreck Crew. And he'll sometimes go on Viva Fry and just rail on him as being a complete faker, liar. And on Twitter, Shipwreck Crew throws him in the same thing. So it's just watching the two of them go at it, that would make them two of mine for sure. I would put
I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him right now, and I'm like, you know what? I actually did see this profile, and the only reason I know is because they have the pronouns listed as me, I, sir, your grace, and dickhead from my wife. I saw that the other day. So yes, right. I have actually seen this person. Yeah.
Right. So that's definitely two of them. I probably put you on just so I could have someone to joke around with about whatever. let's see. I'm trying to think who else I know on there. Am I being rude if I leave out someone who
This is the trap.
I put Ron Coleman in there. It is. It's totally a trap, right?
Yeah.
This is totally a trap.
They're gonna be like, oh, you didn't include attorney,
I can't
blah,
believe
blah, blah.
you left. Yeah. How'd you leave out,
Look, I just have 7 attorney Toms.
Right. Yes. There you go.
Just that's it. That's it.
I was gonna say you're stuck because you have had so many attorneys on your show that you leave someone out and it was like so yeah, I would say, and everyone I've ever appeared on a show with, that's who else I would put on.
I would just look. I'm sorry to everybody, including you. I can't have anybody else, but just 7 attorney Toms because I need all of my legal information coming out.
All of
the decisions have to be in under 1 minute TikTok videos. That's what they got to do. It's just
I
literally
put bad legal takes on. Legal takes. He's pretty funny, actually.
That guy hates me. By the way.
Does he really?
Yeah, that guy can eat all the dicks in the world for all I care.
Tell me about it. What happened. I just had a Nick Rekieta, Ron Coleman moment here with you.
No, bad legal takes is I think it's run by a law Twitter person or whatever.
Oh,
but
I put Robert Gula on. Someone I see in the chat put Robert Gula. I put him on there. He's pretty smart.
They put one of my tweets on or whatever, which is fine. But the problem was that tweet was right. I was right.
When was this?
Tweet.
When was
I don't
this?
remember.
Was it recent? I'm saying it was the last couple months.
No. This would have probably been. This is over 6 months ago.
I'm really curious now.
But see, they bad legal takes.
He's not always right. You're saying sometimes he's got a bad legal take.
I 100% was right on whatever tweet that was. That was for sure. But that being said, they may have been lacking context or whatever. But some random law Twitter person tagged me 2 bad legal takes, and then they retweeted it or whatever, and that's fine. It's okay. But I was like, oh, okay, I got it. If you don't understand this, then you're not looking into issues that you're bad legal taking. That's fine. It's a Twitter account. A Twitter account. No lock-picking lawyer. Literally just a bunch of attorney Toms. How do you not understand this? You need all of the attorney Toms you need 7 attorney Toms to get 7 minutes of legal advice. That's what you need. Okay. Next we've got, where are we? Andrew War Snowbird says Louis Sockalexis was on the Cleveland Spiders of the National League, but otherwise that's correct. The Guardians' origin story is so cucked. First called the Indians in 1915, but they were founded in 1901.
I saw 1894 on Twitter, on Google, I thought. I
would never question this guy's particular knowledge of the Cleveland Indians because I know him and that's his favorite team ever. And he's also a baseball junkie.
Mm-hmm. Have they won anything since Carl Hubble or no?
No. Michael Rogers says, hey, Nick, have you heard about the controversy surrounding the traditional Latin Mass? France has revoked the ability for priests to celebrate it without restriction. The SSPX isn't having any of it. Satan hates Latin. Look, no, I haven't. I don't follow Catholic affairs. I'm a confirmed Catholic, but I do not go to a Catholic church except on the very rare occasions when I'm visiting my parents on a Sunday. And it's not because I don't like it. It's just because we don't do it. Right now, I don't go to any church because I'm asleep on Sundays at Mass time. Joe, I go to bed at 6 a.m. I'm not up by 10 and we're in a small town. When I was a kid, we went to evening service all the time. We went to evening mass, 5, 6 p.m. It was great. As an adult in a small town, nobody has mass past 10 a.m. I'm just not awake. So Michael the Archangel says, this one's for you, Nick, because you're a mensch as good as they come. Oh, thank you. He says, for Joe, that he may gain more energy for his streams in spite of the headwinds he's going up against. Oh, that's a nice little prayer for you from.
Yeah, Michael's a fan of mine. He's one of my regs. He's a good guy.
Wait, I didn't know. So do Orthodox Jews believe in the angelic hierarchy? Michael, Gabriel, Raphael being archangels, and and then subsequent angels. I don't know how
Yeah, you
angel
guys got that
theology
from
works.
us. You guys got that from us.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you did. No,
Can you tell me about the Hall of Rahafel?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. But
It's
I will.
it's a
Yeah.
chamber. It's a chamber like. Okay, so it's mentioned in this show Evangelion, which just borrows Judeo-Christian terms without context. But I looked it up. It's apparently a Jewish thing, and it's the Hall of Souls awaiting birth. Like there's a limited number
the Hall
of souls.
What? What are you? How'd you call
Souls. Like there's a finite number of
it? It's
souls.
something called the Hall of Souls.
The Hall of Rahafel.
Rahafel.
Rahofel, I think is how you spell it. But it's
so all
it's
of these
apparently-
names, end in el, because that is actually a shortened. That is a reference to God.
yeah, right.
So the el in Hebrew is a reference to God. So when you have like Raphael, so Rapha is the Hebrew word for heal. So that is like the angel who is overseeing healing is Raphael, as opposed to Gabriel is originally Gavriel. So that Gaver means strength. So that's like that's basically
Gavriel. What about Garviel with
Gabriel.
R before the V?
I never heard of that one.
Okay, I didn't know. That's
No, but
not,
Gabriel. I'm saying Gabriel comes from Gabriel, which is and that comes from strength. The word in Hebrew for strength is like Gabriel. So like all of them have an origin, which basically is like that was like their task is to like sort of oversee,
right, to be the strength of God, for example.
So this one's supposed to like the one who's destroying Sodom is Gabriel. The one who's healing Abraham is Raphael. There's different angels.
What's Michael then? What is
so
that?
Michael. So apparently he had some sort of connection specifically towards communicating with Abraham. So I'm not exactly sure because that doesn't have it in Hebrew. I can't think of exactly how that would translate. It's actually we call it Michael, and what that translates in Hebrew is kind of hard to actually for me to actually.
Wait, did I miss? Is that the Chamber of Guff? Is that what I'm actually thinking? I thought it was the Hall of the Chamber of Guff. Guff is a Hebrew word meaning bodies, chamber of bodies.
Goof. That's goof.
Goof. Yeah.
Goof.
Look, my Hebrew pronunciation is not solid.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, okay. Anyway, one day that's what I'll do. I'll go rewatch the entire Evangelion. I'll write down everything, every stupid term that guy picked out, and then I'll bring on Joe, and he can explain all of the Jewish origins of all of these things. I think
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. So,
okay, let's see. Pessimism with salt for flavor says, "How's it going, Nick? Did you hear about the library incident in the UK where they brought in a rainbow dildo butt monkey to teach children about literacy?"
I heard about this. Is that actually a real thing that actually happened?
Yes, that's a real thing that happened. And
what were they thinking? Like, what was the thought process when you're bringing in a character that's supposed to appear like that's going to be something that's going to be okay? Like, what's the thought process? Like,
the thought process is leave the UK immediately. Get out.
It's astonishing.
Yeah, no, that was an insane thing. He had like a prosthetic phallus.
Right. But I saw a picture. I saw a picture of Rainbow, but
it's horrifying. I can't, like, if I was a parent and I brought my little British kid to the library that day, I can't imagine me leaving there without criminal charges.
Everyone says that, but to actually genuinely go over and punch the guy, I don't know.
I don't know if I'd punch the guy.
Like, what the? Maybe the kids would learn like a second language by the time you're done.
I don't know that I'd punch the guy, but I would be screaming at somebody.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Felipe Move says, Nick, please break down this donation like this: 47.5% for your rhinoplasty fund, 20.45% for your hair transplants fund, nice. 10% for the paint to cover the sepia background fund, and the rest for a solar protector fund for your incursions in your backyard. Yeah, I did. I got sunburned. I was at the lake. That's where I got sunburned.
I didn't even notice. I was too transfixed by the hair. So
I have so much light on my face right now. It's hard to notice. But if you look at like the difference in, look, I'm a Washington Redskin right here, but here I'm a white privilege.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that was because I was out at the lake all day. Okay. Now I've just got the rest of the super chats to read.
Do it.
So let's do that. We didn't talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you have any quick things to say about Rittenhouse?
So yeah, I'll wrap up, Kyle, and that is that, you know, people are talking about, first of all, obviously Kyle is innocent, shouldn't be charged with any of this stuff, and it's all political process. So that's something I think everyone who has half a brain has realized and seen, that this is purely political. I do. My gut says he's going to have to testify, only because I don't see how he's going to get around that first murder. There's so little video evidence that when you get to a point that your defense is self-defense, as opposed to, you're not saying to the prosecution you have to prove your case.
Right.
You're basically ceding that ground to them, and you're saying, Yep, this person is dead, and it was my weapon. I pulled the trigger, and I killed them. Once you're starting from that position, now the onus flips to you to prove self-defense. If you don't take the stand, it's very difficult to actually do that. And I know there's a lot of video evidence which supports him, and all of us have seen that video evidence. And what I see from the video evidence is it's very, very clear that he was trying to get away before the first guy died, and then the video is very blurry as to what's happening around the car there, and then the guy is dead. Now, you ask me my opinion. I think it was my gut says it was self-defense. But can you feel confident that a jury's going to draw that conclusion, and not that maybe when he stepped up, that Kyle decided to basically, you know, what we don't hear or see is Kyle actually saying, you know what, you're a jerk, you deserve to die, and then shoot and kill him. We don't know that he didn't do that. So that being the case, once he's admitting he has killed him, that we sort of need his story. And if we have video evidence about the second deceased person, or Mr. Biceps, who's never gonna win any beauty contests anymore. So, and thank God for that, because the guy, let him live maimed forever. Those you have video evidence on, especially because right after he shoots them, he gets up and starts running to the cops, which is clearly like he's turning himself in. He's like, hey, look, we got problems here. I'm not trying to kill anyone here. They're all trying to kill me. So that shows the whole self-defense thing. But what happened 5 minutes earlier with that first shooting, during like a 3 to 5 second span there, it's very hard to know what goes on. And because of that, I think this is going to be one of those rare circumstances where I'm expecting that we're going to see Kyle Rittenhouse be forced to testify, and I think that will be fascinating testimony. And I think he's got great counsel. I think Robert Barnes seems like, you know, a very intelligent attorney, and hopefully he's everything that we all believe he is actually when he's in court. And I believe in him. I think he's, you know, he seems like
the question is not whether Kyle is innocent or not. The question is what he will have to do. Because when you so this sparks from a comment that Joe had on my video about Kyle, was, do you think he'll have to take the stand in pleading self-defense? Because for self-defense, you have to establish that the person was not only in objective reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily harm, but they were also in subjective reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily harm. Both of these have to be established. So objective is simple. A guy is chasing you and grabbing at your weapon. That is objectively reasonable fear, but you also have to actually be afraid. This is the downfall of Michael Drejka when he was knocked down in the parking lot. And to be brutally honest, I think Michael Drejka is 100% guilty. I think he murdered that guy. Mm-hmm. But that being said, you know, he was knocked down in a parking lot, and then when he talked to the police, he said, no, I'm not afraid. I have a gun. Why would I be afraid of anything? Because he was an idiot. He was trying to be tactical. He's trying to identify with the cops. He's talking about putting down, the perpetrator, ascertaining the situation. Like he's using all of the buzzwords that he can. And the one thing he never expressed was a subjective fear. As for Kyle, I don't know what the police encounters or police interviews of him have him saying. I'd imagine it's a subjective fear. So maybe they could get by on that. I think it's likely he'll testify. And they'll, the cross-exam is going to be like, well, why were you there? And a friend asked me to come there. Well, why'd you have a gun? Because I don't know what's going to happen. I know people are out there and they're lighting fires and stuff.
And if I'm trying to stop them from lighting fires, how am I alone going to do that without a gun?
Right. And look, I have to defend myself.
Yeah.
I have to defend myself.
Right.
So there's a lot that Kyle can do to testify without actually incriminating himself on the matter. But what I'm being told in chat is actually there's drone footage of the first shooting.
Is there?
Which I don't know. I've never seen it.
That's interesting.
Peter Spinney says, search Kyle Rittenhouse, vertical line murder or self-defense, uploaded by Matt Orfalia. Timestamp 744. Well, I mean, we can do that real quick, right? Let me see how long this is.
This is something that gets demonetized automatically, by the way. This gets an age restriction if you post it up here. You post anything of Rittenhouse. That's Robert Gula had to take down all his videos with Rittenhouse video with footage on it because they deem it something that's offensive and potentially harmful to viewers. So
none of these are from the thing. Murder or self-defense by Matt or Alia. Here we go. Let me get it pulled up on stream here. Share. Look, if they age restrict this, that's on them. I'll fight it. I'm a dick like that. Okay, so the timestamp is 7 minutes 44 seconds. Plead the fifth. No, he wouldn't be pleading the fifth if he was testifying justification. That would be something he's done. Okay,
that looks like by the car. Yeah, that looks like it's by the car.
Let's see. Here's camera number 4. There's no sound.
Oh, this is the other side. Can you tell what happened? Yeah, can you tell what happened?
So fast. Chases him. He catches him. He turns around. He shoots at the last second. I mean, this guy's chasing him. Gosh, that's fast.
Wow.
It's amazing to remember how fast these types of encounters are. Like in
that looks like it's fast motion, though. I don't think he was running that fast. I don't think the guy was running at him that fast.
He was kind of hauling. I don't know. I don't know. It might be sped up or it might be, but
still, I mean, Kyle's reaction and under the circumstances is remarkable.
Yeah.
It's
the
really
fact
remarkable.
that Kyle didn't shoot anybody he wasn't aiming at in all of these encounters. Like there are people everywhere. And if he had fired, like you just fire at a slightly upward angle and it was
remarkable discipline in the number of shots he fired and who he waited to fire at and how long he waited till they were so close to him that he had absolutely no choice. It was remarkable discipline that he displayed.
Yeah.
It was heroic. It really was. It was heroic.
Oh, this is a good angle actually. Here, let's pull this one up just a second. All right, here we go. Wait, was it? Yeah, watch this one here. So he catches up to him. Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, yeah.
Again, wow. There's no question that a guy is running full speed at Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, maybe there is enough. Maybe there is enough there. If you slow it down for a jury, maybe there's enough that he doesn't have to testify, that the video speaks for itself.
It's hard to say.
I don't know how this is even going to a jury, and this is not like, I mean, like at
it
what
should be
point?
Dismissed.
Yeah, it should totally be dismissed. This is it's so aggravating that he has to be subjected to some crazy potential jury who would say, "Oh yeah, this is murder." I mean, you're out of your minds.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing. It should be dismissed by the court sua sponte. There's no reason to have this trial, but they are having the trial. And so we have to talk about the realities and the practicalities of what a jury might do. And this is the hardest part of having a jury.
Yeah.
David Friesner says, reach for his gun, didn't he? That alone should justify it. It should. It depends on what Kyle said, though. Like, let's say Kyle said, that asshole reached for my gun, but I knew I was going to kill that son of a bitch. Then no, it's not justified. And people can be riding on adrenaline highs. They can make mistakes. This is why after a shooting, the first person you call is actually your attorney before 911, before anybody else, because you need a representative there to discuss with the police what happened, because you have adrenaline. You are not in a proper position to assess what has been done in this situation. You likely don't even remember, and you certainly don't want your adrenaline. You don't want your nerves. You don't want all that, all of those endorphins or whatever's in your body. You don't want those affecting what you say, because that could put you behind bars for the rest of your life.
Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, look, we're all hoping that he didn't say anything, unintentionally say something stupid before he had counsel when he ran up to the cops. We don't know what he said. So. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do these more chats here. Yeah. Let's see. Where are we? Hyrule 47 says, hey, Nick, look up the Badasai. He got arrested for filming the police. I know that's what First Amendment auditors do, but this one was interesting because of what the city set up as a city ordinance. Go check his community tab for the ordinance. The Badasai. I'll check it out, but not right now. We're way late on this. Bad Dragonite says, fun fact, humans have, in a sense, evolved over just the past few thousand years. We're much taller and broader, have larger brains than our ancestors. Wonderful brains, good brains, natural adaptation over the ages. Big Muffin says, one time Joe said he was rewatching the old show MASH and realizing the messaging he didn't see when he was young. He said, sometimes I have to stop watching because it is just such liberal crap. I found it endearing and it made me laugh. Love y'all both.
I said that.
True. That's what you said, apparently.
I remember talking about MASH and saying that it became such liberal crap when I got older.
Bad Dragonite says, religious question for Joe. Not meant to be a gotcha question. How do Orthodox Jews reconcile the idea of the Messiah being the one to deliver them with the fact that Jews and Israel in general are more prosperous and widespread than they've ever been?
I don't understand the question.
I guess they're saying that do Jews need deliverance today? Because I guess they've like the idea is that they've already been delivered.
No, I mean, if that's the question, the statehood of Israel doesn't indicate the coming of the Messiah. So that's basically your answer there.
Big Muffin says, Joe, can you please set up Streamlabs donos for your show? They don't have to be integrated on screen. That cuts down on complexity. I want to be able to go.
I've done it a few times. I've done it a few times, and I never made like a penny from it, which is why I stopped doing it. But I can just do it back up.
You got to like really tell people about it. You do like which if I know you, I imagine you hate doing, right?
Yeah.
Like because I do too. Yeah. I hate it too. But
because I feel like.
Because you don't want to be sitting there like, well, please donate to me or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
that's basically I feel like I'm doing. Like it's like I'm just feel like
I 100% get it. No, but I'll show you how to integrate it in a way that like it's not like prominent on the screen or whatever. But just because there's a bunch of people who want to support you but can't because YouTube, and that's stupid.
I mean, I do have Patreon, but it's hard. It's not the same thing, I think, as Streamlabs. I'm at patreon.com/Good Lawgic. Which is like
and you're on goodlogic.locals.com, right?
That's correct. Yeah, goodlogic.locals.com.
Yeah, because I followed you on Locals now.
Did you?
Yeah, or no, I didn't. Because I only follow like me. But no, I meant to. And I will tonight. Awesome. Shitty Ben Shapiro video says big nose Goyim lawyer destroys Jewish lawyer with facts and logic.
Nice. That's the fauna. I'm getting burnt on the fauna.
FBI Entrapment Michigan says schools should not teach abstract subjects such as calculus or other abstract subjects for your younger students. They should teach taxes so students don't get pegged by the IRS, especially when self-employed but can't afford an accountant. Crusader Saracen says they call it Sacred Temple of Democracy, but it really is just a Masonic lodge with better furniture and uglier women. There you go. Bad Dragonite says you'd be surprised how many chicks like WoW, COD, Overwatch, and Diablo, especially WoW and Overwatch. I think it's the social, cooperative, and colorful aspects of some of them. Some of them pretend to be dudes. Fun fact, Mila Kunis and Megan Fox play it. Yet that doesn't mean we're at parity 50-50. That 50% of women or women make up 50% of gamers comes literally from phone games. That's it. That's it. That's where half of women or half of gamers are playing phone games, because 80% of phone games are played by women.
They're playing Candy Crush.
Yeah, they're playing Candy Crush. My wife plays one of the Star Trek games. And she used to do Farmville or whatever. Like, she just likes having these little task-oriented things that are accessible to her wherever she are. It's an easy thing for her to do. That's
I'm
what
on
she
PUBG
does.
all the time.
You play PUBG?
That's my guilty pleasure is PUBG.
Really?
Yeah. Why is that? Is that?
Are you being serious?
No, is that gay? Is there something?
No, it's not. It's not gay. I was just gonna ask you like what your favorite weapon is and like where you like to
go for
parachute into.
Oh, so I actually really like that game they have now with the Hangar game with the 18 kills.
The Hangar game with the 18 kills.
They actually have a new game developed over the last month or so, which is like a Hangar game, which basically you advance with each kill you get, you advance to you automatically change weapons. And they have it like slightly random, like you'll start with a UMP and then go to an MP5 and then go to a Thompson and then they'll go to Scar and then
did you Google what are the kids playing right now? what happened here? What is going on?
I'm actually really good at this game. So and then it gets harder. They'll go to a couple of shotguns and the M24, and then the final kill you have to make is with a pan. So they always have like one or two hard things in there. Like killing someone with a shotgun is really tough because they give you 2 bullets in there, and if you need to hit them both like dead on, otherwise, and then to reload it takes a long time.
Clearly, they've never shot anyone with a shotgun.
Yeah, it's a sawed-off shotgun, which is whatchamacallit. So yeah, and the other one that's really hard is they have a crossbow, which is really hard to kill someone. I shot someone in the back of the neck with a crossbow today, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He's still alive.
You're telling me you're literally out there playing these video games?
PUBG, yeah, PUBG. Like when I want to kill, when I basically, if I'm ever feeling like angry, it's great. It's a great feeling to go out there and kill kill some people in PUBG.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you play PUBG?
I did back when it was in beta, but I haven't played it for probably like years.
Well, if I'll join you on the thing.
Oh, okay.
If you reinstall it, it's a pain that they take so much memory from my phone. I only play on my phone, which means
play PUBG on your phone.
I'm a 2-finger person, right? Which that is a disadvantage. That's a massive disadvantage playing PUBG with 2 fingers. And there's a lot of freaking cheats out there where you can tell.
Look, I've never played PUBG on a phone. Like last time I played PUBG, it didn't exist on phones.
Yeah, I play my phone. So. What's so funny? I don't get it. What's so funny?
It's great. I've never met anybody who's played PUBG on a phone in my entire life.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know I could play on a computer. I'm telling you, I got on my phone like a year and a half ago. And yeah, I didn't know I could play on a computer.
That's great.
Yeah.
No, that makes me so happy.
But why is it making you so happy? I don't know. Like, you're so shocked here that and you thought I was lying. You thought I was totally making this up.
You're like Joe, you're a lawyer, you're Orthodox.
Jew. Yeah.
Right? Like you can't play PUBG on Friday nights.
I play on the European server and it's all Muslims. I'm telling you now, this is by the
no
way,
wonder you play.
They're all
I bet you
freaking
kill all of
Muslims.
them.
Well, you play 4-on-4 in this version of the game. You play 4-on-4, and they're all sitting there talking like oh, shut up, do double check, and half of them are little kids, and I'm telling you, whenever I win, because I'll go into like all chat, not just like team chat. I'll go into all chats. They all hear me. Like I'll be screaming like in the Hebrew word for for Jew is Yehudi. So I'll just start screaming, Yehudi! Yehudi! Just to like, that's
Why
my
are you
trash
posting
talking.
videos of that?
That's my trash talking.
That's the funniest thing you could possibly do.
Yeah, that's my trash talking. Is I trash talk Muslims by screaming Jew, Jew whenever I beat them. And
you're like, enjoy your 72 virgins, you a la cuck.
With 2 fingers, with only 2 fingers. They're all playing with 3 fingers, like sliding side to side. I gotta sit there just like running around, jumping, sliding, and like jumping back up. And they're playing with 3 fingers there. And I'm like, yeah, I still got my 18 kills before you. So eat that, you Muslim camel riding jockey.
Joe's like, you want a rug to kneel on before I execute you, you motherfucker? You're done.
Yeah. I'll teach you not to pray 5 times a day because like wow, you really went there. It's like nobody is safe. When you and I are in a chat together, nobody is safe. Not Indians, not Muslims, not Irish people. Nobody, obviously not Jews or Poles. Nobody.
Joe's out there channeling his inner Obama. He's drone striking Muslims from orbit.
I thought they would all be European. And the reason I switched from North America is there was so many cheats in North America. I was like, this is so stupid. Every time I get into a game here, it's like people like basically appear from one spot to another. I'm like, it's so
That's
dumb.
all the Canadians. They're cheating.
So like, nah, I'm pretty sure it was the Americans. But so I was like, let me try Europe. And when I went into Europe, and you're stuck in the same server for 60 days. So I'm like, and all of a sudden it's just like one Muslim name after another. None of them speak English. I was sure I'd get some limeys.
But they're all in the UK though.
That's what I'm saying. I was so sure. I was like, I'm gonna get some limeys. I'll get me some Germans, some Italians. No. It's basically every Syrian who basically emigrated and fled to Denmark, got on their European server and is basically playing there. So, who's Deus Vult? I don't know who Deus Vult is.
Oh, you killed me. Why would you do this?
I noticed in the stream something about Deus Vult, and I'm like, I don't know who the hell that is.
That's that was the oh gosh. Let me get the literal translation.
Deus means God.
Yep. It's God wills it is what it means, and it's what they yelled during the Crusades.
Oh, is it really? That's pretty funny.
Oh, dying. Oh my god, this is my happiest.
That's what I got.
moment.
Yeah, that's what I got to scream next time I'm playing with like real Christians, screaming Deus Vult at them.
Deus Vult, brother.
God willed this Jew to beat your ass.
You have got to record yourself having a victory session over Islam on PUBG. Again, like that's the funniest thing I've ever heard of.
I'll win. Look, I'll probably win. I would say, depending on sometimes I'm like I'm in better zone than other times. So like when I'm really in a zone, I'll win like let's say every other game. And when I'm not in a zone, so I'll go like 5 games without getting a win, and I'll be like, oh screw this.
So the opposite of what Israel actually does, because they win.
They
most
always
of the
win.
time. Yeah. Okay. Whoo, fuck Blizzard. Says Blizzard removed voice actors, NPC in WoW, and blacklisted them over unproven Me Too allegations. Now they are sued over allegations. They want evidence and due process. They made the bed. Now they can get raped in it. Bad Dragonite says, is it safe to say that Activision Blizzard is the male feminist of companies now? Yes. Yeah. Linda Marie says, I just wanted to ask you permission to use some of your clips of your videos that have wisdom everyone should hear and are funny. Trump, Pastor Kermit, and life advice type stuff. If so, I can email you the name tomorrow as Trump. We must save the kids from the feminist boys song to MAGA. Yes, no, you fully have my permission. Thank you for letting me know. Linda Marie says,
Nick, do I have your permission to come into your stream pre-show and yell at people who are chatting in here that they should get their ass into my chat, into my stream? You don't mind if I do that, right?
Okay. Yeah, Absolutely.
I officially have your blessing on that before I actually vulture your pregame show, your pregame fans from your chat to like actually spend 20 minutes with me before they go into you.
Yeah, no, I think that's great.
All right, cool.
I think they would enjoy your show.
I'll scream Deus Vult. I'll scream Deus Vult.
Yes, nailed it. Linda Marie also says this money is for Joe, so he will finally give me a wrench to time out the trolls and tell everyone to gavel the like. Just kidding, lol. I'm actually sending this to show Joe that we support / like him as Cartman. I'm mad, and you will respect my authority.
Nice.
And then as Trump noise, that one guy says, by the way, embracing slurs is what makes them not a slur anymore. Happened for all human history. We can only conclude the people going around screaming about the N-word want political power rather than social acceptance. Review the results and deduce the motives.
100% true. The reason the black community has done a great job referring to each other by the N-word, where they took a word which was offensive and they made it mean something like my friend, someone I trust. When you say my N-word, it is the biggest compliment one black person can give another person. And that's flipping it 180 degrees from being something that's bad into something that's being awesome, where like you wish you could be called someone's my N-word. So I agree with that 1,000%.
I'm everyone's N-word. Crusader Saracen says, Allah be with both of you fine gentlemen. Also, I thought St. Michael the Archangel was supposed to be the right hand of God and the vanquisher of Satan, and kind of assumed his name would be related to that.
Someone actually pointed out that Michael comes from Michael in Hebrew, which technically could be Mikael, which would be like who is like God.
Okay,
so that,
gotcha.
Who is like God is like Michael. Because means who, and K means like. Who is like God.
Someone said, you're my N-word. And by N-word, they said, you're my Nintendo.
Nice.
Okay. Let's see. Shakaval says, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you. Eldon Bainling says, what came first, lawyer or prosecutor? Lawyer first. Lawyer first. Carson Depp says, why then would God bother giving free will? I don't know what that's a response to, but so I'm watching Supernatural with the lady, and it
Are you going through Supernatural?
The show, yeah.
Yeah. How far into it are you?
We just finished season 14, so we're starting the last season.
I gave up on that after they had each died 7 times, and I was just like,
it's stupid. Listen, Lady Rackets is a completionist, story completionist. No matter what the story does,
to it, even if it gets stupid.
Yep. So now they're about to fight God, I guess, or something, which is just annoying. It's always annoying how these shows like treat God, but whatever. There was a scene where this guy Jake, he's like a Nephilim. And apparently Nephilim are super.
The Nephilim are the ones. The Nephilim are the angels who fell from heaven and basically were like super titans here on Earth.
They're the sons of God mated with the daughters of men and created the Nephilim. So they're like human angel hybrids or something. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a Nephilim in the show. It's Lucifer's son with some human chica, and his name's Jake. And then he becomes a problem basically. And he becomes so powerful. Like he commands everybody to stop lying because he gets offended by the lies because he's actually like 2 years old. So he's a toddler, but he's also a Nephilim. And so he's like, everybody stop lying. And he makes the whole earth stop lying. Well, then everybody's telling the truth and they're all just like beating the shit out of each other because everybody's telling all their stuff. And God's like, God comes in, he's talking to Cass and he's like, yeah, this is why lying's like not so bad. Like, cause it keeps things calmed down. And Cass like, that's a little ironic coming from you. And he's like, hey, I'm a writer. Writers lie all the time. So it's kind of this like funny, cheeky thing, but yeah, it's because see, this is the difference. The commandment is not thou shalt not lie, right? Like that is not the commandment in Exodus, Leviticus, or Numbers, or Deuteronomy, I should say. It's thou shalt not bear false witness. It's a lie. Oh yeah. What is it? Come on.
Yes. In the 10 commandments.
With the Hebrew.
In the 10 commandments, that is correct. The 10 commandments is thou shalt not bear false witness. There are a lot more commandments not listed in the top 10.
I know, but the idea is that
and one of them is from all falsehood, you should distance yourself as much as possible.
right, but there is an idea that when the lie impacts someone else negatively, that is the bearing of false witness, right? Right. When your lie implicates and causes harm to someone else, it is essentially worse than the idea of this like harmless lie. You should, of course, avoid falsehood. But, there are points like you don't tell the whole truth to your kids all the time, right? Like you're going to leave some things out. So there's a falsehood there. There's an omission that comes in keeping the peace from time to time, or there's the idea of a little white lie. And some of these things are not necessarily sinful because like there's no purpose in being look, if I walked around,
I'll tell you this much, I'm sure as hell not judging you. So if you're looking for my, I'm sure I'm the last person to judge anybody unless they're on the left, in which case I'm going to judge them all day. But I'm not judging anyone's sins. I might judge people for being stupid, but I won't
saying
judge anyone's sins.
If I answered honestly to every woman who said, "How does this look?" like I would be offending a lot of people for no purpose, right?
Right. So that's a different. That's okay. It's a little late to start this topic.
We'll have to do this a different time, a different way.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh Gaming says, which came first, balls or no balls? Balls, obviously. Saint Umu says the Bible myth about creation is wrong. Evolution as we understand for humans is wrong. Our species and civilization is older than the Ice Age. I would say the Bible myth about creation isn't actually a myth about creation that has anything to do with historical reality. I just don't think that that's the story being told in Genesis. I don't think that they're saying, you know what,
you're saying it's an allegory in general. It's not intended to be taken literally.
Yeah, it's not written as if it's intended to be taken
Which is
literally.
pretty clear when you consider the fact that, they say, God created in 7 days, and along the way on day 4, he's creating the sun. So how do you have a day before there's a sun? So
yeah, there's just some issues. And Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 tell slightly different versions of the same story. And it's like, well, wait, what? Like these are obvious differences, but this is why I like, there's a great podcast, or at least it was great for the first couple seasons, called The Bible for Normal People. Old Testament scholar Pete Enns talks a lot about this stuff and the reasons why there are sort of inconsistencies in the Old Testament, and that shockingly through thousands of years of people looking at the Old Testament, they know that there are inconsistencies there, and it's okay.
If I thought that there was an audience for me to actually explain all this stuff to people, I could seriously do this for like hours a day. But I just feel like people would look at it like I'm trying to like proselytize people towards Judaism, which is the last thing I'm looking to do to any human.
Yeah, so, it's a weird thing, right?
No, we don't proselytize. Like we don't missionize at all. Like we don't want anyone to like convert. We're basically like, look, you guys are good being Christians, being Muslims, whatever you are. You don't need to be, you'll go to heaven. You don't need to be Jewish. So just stay where you are, leave us alone, be a good person, and you'll go to heaven. So
I think you should do that stuff on your locals.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Like test it there. If people like it, they want to hear about that stuff.
That's an interesting thought. I never thought about that. That's a really interesting thought.
That's what locals is for, in my opinion. You get to be a little more. I've been doing. I know you don't have them because you're like a locals plebeian or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been trying to beta test the live stream, doing lots of locals exclusive live streams, pretty much anytime I can, because they max out in an hour long. I just sit down, have a chat with the chat, and it's been great, man. People come
they don't let me do that. I don't know how. I don't know.
They will.
People.
They will soon.
At what point?
They
do I have to pay them? Like, what is it they want from me?
Dave Rubin was testing it exclusively for a while. Mm-hmm. Now it's moved out a little bit into a little bit broader beta testing. I think they're going to get ready to roll it out soon.
All right. I would. Yeah, I kind of enjoy really talking this stuff.
And the chat app, the chat window in locals is a billion times better than anything else. Really? You can post pictures, you can post GIFs in there, you can reply to people, like directly replying to them. There's no delay. It's like YouTube's like 20 seconds or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's 1 second. So you're instantly communicating with your audience. It's cool.
That's pretty cool.
It's cool. So, but yeah, no, I think you should just record some theology discussions about it and just put them up on Locals. You know, that's test it out. If people really like it, you could upload them somewhere else, but start on Locals.
I'll up alone when the sun don't shine. So,
all right. Jason Schreiner says the egg came first. Joe didn't understand. Please explain in Kermit voice. Super Iron Bob says reading on a screen has lower retention than reading on a page. Studying is best done physically. Jason Schreiner says, I stopped typing early. The joke was egg came first because it was a male. Please explain to Joe in Kermit voice. No, I'm not going to explain the joke. Magic00 says, always enjoy your show, Nick. Hope to see a good Lawgic and Uncivil crossover in the Ricada cinematic YouTube verse. Uncivil Lawgic offshoot. I got to talk to Uncivil.
Hook me up with him. I've never spoken to the guy ever in my life. I've never appeared with him anywhere. So, and everyone keeps saying there's this guy Uncivil out here. I haven't seen him doing much work of late, but
he's still out there. He was doing a stream earlier tonight, doing a batch recording of some, you know, he does like a batch recording live and then he chops.
Do you think
it down
he and I would
segments.
gel? Like it would be like, or do you think that you don't think so? You're like, this is such a bad match. Like,
no, I don't
Lawgic and Uncivil are gonna just never.
No, I think you guys would do a good show. I don't know.
Who the hell knows?
No, I think it's you never know, but I mean, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. Worship Mage says, as someone who studied theology at a graduate level and has a degree in ecological sciences, me and one of my friends did a several-page paper on the understanding of God using evolution. We got an A. Cool.
Nice.
Jackson Kai says, I locked my smoke alarm in my car in my garage and I could still hear it all night. They are awful. I ripped it out. I pulled the battery out. I smashed it. I hate it. I've got an empty smoke alarm slot.
I've seen people in the audience talk about me doing this theology thing. I'll tell you what. You know what? This is what I suggest to you. Seriously. Check me out, goodlogic.locals.com. You guys come in there. It's not that hard to sub to me. I'm trying. It's really not that hard. Goodlogic.locals.com. And make a request in there, and I'll start doing theology in there. I'll take Nick's suggestion. Nick's the king of grift. He knows where it's at. So if he's suggesting it, I'll try it out there. Sure.
Look, I think Locals is a place where people get to know you and what you think, and that's the people who want to hear that type of stuff, whether they agree or not. They want to kind of get to know you, and I think that's the best place. I think that's a great place to do it. Hungry Ewok says, "Beep, you motherfucker! I hate Yankee." Says, "What's a good mid-range bourbon for someone that doesn't usually drink hard liquor?" Mid-range bourbon. Any suggestions? I'm trying to think. Calumet Kentucky bourbon. I like that. That wasn't too expensive. Where's my bourbon stash? Duke, get yourself some Duke bourbon, some John Wayne bourbon. It's good stuff. Just get that. It's like $70. Good stuff. Wolfgang Deo says, oh yeah, take all the algebra and calculus out of school. Teach us how to file taxes instead. I have the perfect response to your failing. Pay me. Okay. John Andrews says, any advice for going to law school in your 40s? Just retired from the Army after 21 years, looking to go to school in the New Jersey, New York area. Do you want to field this one? I mean, I have some general advice, but
spacing out, talking in the chat. So.
Going to law school in your 40s in the New York, New Jersey area. Any advice?
Why?
I think because that funnels into my advice. If you want to go practice law and help people through the practice of law, then go do it. Like go do that. Go get your law degree and do it. It is not too late. You can still have a very fulfilling career. You can get quite a bit of time. There are people practicing into their 80s and 90s in law. You can do that. If you're trying to find a way to make money, don't do it. Don't be a lawyer. Not at this point in time. That's not the purpose. But if you have a passion for the law and helping people through the law, yeah, don't let anybody stop you. Go do that. Okay. Long Reach Jones says four Nick Ricadas worldwide: Texas, Wisconsin, Poland, and Finland. One Nikki Ricada, also in Texas. Enjoy your uncommonness. What about Minnesota? Where's that one? Peter R says, my 2 cents. 1, time is affected by gravity. So crazy. 2, good logic is correct. REE books. We've been reading paper books for centuries. It's also why it's easier to recall handwritten study notes. And he also says, if you want to know more about gravity and time, look into gravitational time dilation. Be careful not to make a typo and end up looking at dilation experienced by those with gender dysphoria. Gross. Stephen S. says, the love interest of the mother. Dig into whoever that is, who he works for, etc. That's Jacob Bellington. I bet your shovel hits answer to your question of where the money came from. Dan Platt says, whoever paid for access to Sophie is paying so they aren't found out. Ross Wolf says, the more you talk about how little sense this case makes, the more certain I am some Illuminati style stuff is going on. Not even sure I'm joking. It does happen. It's rare. Eric the Red says, how many balls have bounced off of Kelly Long's chin to get all these legal fees paid?
That's what I was wondering. Like, I was like, is she, like, if she's getting money from nowhere, there's got to be something that she's.
Well, I think she's getting money from her boyfriend and their family. That's the idea. Apparently, and I can't confirm this yet. I'm going to look into it though, which may make some people mad. Her boyfriend, Jacob Bellington, is not only politically connected, but financially connected. And so that's what I'm going to be investigating. Ryan Wilson says, can you contact other YouTubers about Sophie? I mean, kinda. Like, look, YouTubers listen to their audiences more than they listen to other YouTubers. So if you guys want to talk about Sophie in other YouTube places, like, you guys reach out to those YouTubers that you watch and do it. It's it's weird, but it's way more effective than me doing it. Like, I'm just some guy that they may have never heard of. All-star apologist. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, it depends on how big they are, I think, though, to be honest. Like, if you're like someone, like, if I'm trying to get the attention of even someone as big as, let's say, Viva Fry, it's very hard to get their attention unless they spend money on him. Once they has like several 100,000, so it's very hard to get his attention with any comment I'm going to say or any question I have. It's like there is a disconnect, and it's hard because, like, when you have several 100,000 fans, it's probably even hard at your stage. When you have a lot of people, who want your. I mean, I'm tiny compared to you, and that's why, like, the people who are coming to me are like 10 people. To you, there's like literally like could be like 500 people. You can't spend all day answering people's questions or stuff like that. So, it's hard to, like, sort of, know who to give attention to. Who
it's similarly hard for me to get into contact with those YouTubers as well. When I say is their audience, like, if you want them to talk about it, throw them a donation and ask and say, hey, have you covered this case? Like, I don't mean to say you got to pay them. I don't know. And if they don't live stream, it's probably even harder. But the idea that they're, one of their viewers, heck, when I want to get someone's attention, I go into their live stream and I drop a 20. Like, that's what I do.
Yeah.
That's how I, when I want to make a joke to EVS or Az or Eric Hunley or whatever.
I'll tell you this. Sometimes when I come into your chat, when you're on with Ron Coleman, I threw like 40 comments at you guys, and you didn't notice a single one of them. And I was like, all right, that's the way it goes.
It was,
and you even gave me a wrench that you would find me, and for no other purpose than so you'll find me. And you still, especially when you're with a guest, it's much harder to spot chats that are not super chatted. But I was sitting there laughing away at the two of you, like, throughout the night, and I was engaging with your audience, like I was going back and forth with them, and that was a different form of entertainment, which was equally cool. So
All-Star Apologist says next week Blizzard will make every Overwatch character gay and trans. Also, when are you and Drex playing Streets of Rage 4 DLC? I think Drex is coming out this weekend or later this week, so we might be able to do that Streets of Rage 4 DLC this week. Josh Gaming says, Nick, seeing Baby Gorilla's posts, what do you think about Generic Information Non-Discrimination Act of 2008, SEC filing labels mRNA jab gene therapy? I'm not getting into that. I don't know enough about that. That seems like a highly specialized law and a highly specialized thing. And I will humbly suggest that it's really easy to read laws and think that they apply to something that they don't. I'm not saying that's the case here, but without knowing a whole lot about it, I can't comment on that. Alex Scott Thompson says GL crowdsource. Oh, good logic. Crowdsource. You have a diverse fan base. Okay.
What does crowdsource mean? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know. I mean, I know what crowdsourcing means, but I don't know what this is in response.
Oh, we're supposed to go to GoFundMe and say, "Hey,
no, that's
me.
crowdfund. That's not crowdsource. It was a crowdsource. It must be for something else, for like topics or research or something like that. But Jeff Goss says you need to go over this abomination that is the Avalone motion to quash. Yeah, I got to look at the Avalone case again. I will do so. Jeff Graw, I had not seen it. I'm just seeing your other chat. I hadn't seen it, but I will look into it for sure. Jackson Kai says, I have 3 free Hong Kong shirts. Been there before. Love the people. Wear them all the time. The more they fade, the more I remember how we forgot them. The Pronato says, hi, Nick. I must respectfully disagree, but the most fit and pretty women are found in alpine skiing. Look, you can think that. That's okay. I don't think, well, I don't know.
This is like a lose-lose topic.
Devin Stark says studies show that blacks get pulled over 50% as much as they commit traffic crime. Whites 110%, mostly involving young men in red vehicles. Okay. Kalinka Pavlova says, Nick, what would be your Pope name? Pope Innocent. That's what I'd go with. What, the 5th or the 4th? Like that. Eldon Bainling says priests can marry. Look here. Look, listen. Let's be specific. Priests can marry adult women, not underage boys. Hashtag specificity. Okay. The interesting thing is the Catholic Church gets hit really hard on the priest and the underage boys thing. Mm-hmm. And then who was it? Ann Coulter showed the data and found out that the Catholic Church has like the exact same level as abuse as similarly sized corporations do on percentage basis. And it's like at some level of numbers and some level of size, you're just going to get bad actors.
Do you really want me to weigh in on this or not?
No, I don't care.
No, I mean, I have thoughts on what you just said, but I don't know.
You can do it if you want.
Okay, so first of all, when you're talking about a corporation, it's not boys. It's not boys being taken advantage of.
No, it is.
In a corporation, they have boys.
It's the boys aren't part of the corporation, but the level of sexual abuse of minor boys is the same. It's the same.
What does that mean?
You have the same percentage of basically employees or agents of corporations acting in this way from basically every large organization.
So let's assume Coca-Cola. Let's assume whatever. You take the top 1,000 corporations out there and their employees, and you're saying that's how many of them rape boys is the same percentage as people who rape, who are the same as priests who've taken advantage of boys.
That's the data that Ann Coulter was putting forward. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, and I'm not looking to attack the church. I'm telling you now, I'm not looking to attack the church. I think
attack the church all you want. I don't care.
No, I think the reason people come down hard on the church is because they look at it as a level of hypocrisy.
Yeah, absolutely.
The corporate world isn't saying that we're standing for values and for and for God and etc., which is what the church is advocating. While at the same time, if you have the same numbers, you would think that the numbers should be less. Saying it's the same numbers is not a mark of achievement. I'll tell you this much: if it was in the Jewish community, if the numbers were the same in the Jewish community, that would be considered the worst embarrassment scandal imaginable. That's like, oh, we're the same. Then they could look. I can't rule it out. I'll tell you this much: when I send my kids to camp, which they send to private Orthodox Jewish camps and stuff like that, I was horrified that when I sent my oldest son to camp, they said, "Please advise your children about inappropriate touching." And I was like, this is not, no one had to tell me about this when I was 9 going to sleepaway camp. And now I have to tell my 9, that's the world we're in now. I have to warn my 9-year-old about this. I was like, it's sad and it's a sick world. And I had to educate my kid about what inappropriate touching was at 9 when he didn't know anything about touching at that age. So.
James Andrew Morrison says, if it is a rule that of the Catholic Church that priests cannot marry, why can African Catholic priests marry? Are you sure those are Catholic priests and not African like Episcopalian or Orthodox, like Ethiopian Orthodox? Those can look very Catholic while not being Catholic. But I don't remember, like I'm not here to make what Ann Coulter's arguments or defend like the thesis. I found it interesting that she had found data that suggested this thing, and she was like, we're not calling out the abuse going on everywhere else. And it was the justification was, this is the Catholic Church, it's supposed to be better, right? Like that's the idea. It's the hypocrisy that's the problem. But anyway, like I said, Samurai Knight says, this anti-white racism will most likely backfire as new companies made by white men will take over as the old are left with just diversity hires. Jackson Kai says, since it's the talk of the chat, Lutherans are from the Luther coming up with 95 theses, complaints about the Catholic Church nailed them to the door. They ignored it, so he made his own church. Joel Reese. And then, by the way, you should always look up the Luther versus the Pope wood carvings and ads and shit posts that they had before Twitter existed. They literally carved their shit posts into wood. That's amazing. Joel Reese says, great show as usual, Nico. Rhinoceros Rex says, a recommended decree for the hypothetical Pope Ricada, meld together the several modern day-night orders and bring back the Templars. Vivat Jesus. I think the Templars were Protestant. Josh Gaming says, when are they going to cancel Indiana? I hopefully soon. Kalinka Pavlova says, just waiting for white American women to come after the All Blacks here in New Zealand, the national rugby team. Very offensive. Mr. Fufu 143 says, Cleveland colonial footnote. Not applicable. Says the Cleveland who gives a shits established 1796. Samurai Knight says, Cleveland teepees are sellouts. Jackson Kai says, isn't the most offensive part of the Cleveland Indians the Cleveland part? Yes. Not applicable. Says, by the way, Cleveland looks like an incredible shithole. Nashville Prime says, did Tom Hanks record that commercial in hiding from Greece? Didn't Tom Hanks say there's no crying in baseball? He did, but he lied. Bad Dragon Knight says, Guardians are the players in Activision's Destiny. Benjamin Meyer says, we always had WAP Wednesdays in the Chow Hall. Nobody cared. Nintendo Power says, Cleveland Maze Munchers. Ooh, that's good. Scarfy the Strange says, Cleveland Scralings. David Freisner says, thanks for telling me about revisionist history. Malcolm Gladwell is the most likable commie I've ever listened to. He's good. He's good. He actually hates communism. It's kind of funny because he's so full of soy, but he's mildly on the right. Fienticus Prime says, if you're considering, look into Novavax. I'm not considering. Thank you. Oh my God. Where are we? Timothy Reaper says the Virginia glow in the darks. Crackbot says, just in, former Senator Barbara Boxer assaulted and robbed in Oakland. Oh, okay. Andrew War Snowboard. Oh, did you see that Benny Thompson dropped his suit against Trump?
No, I didn't know that Benny Thompson had sued Trump.
Yeah, he sued Trump over January 6th, but now he's on the January 6th commission, so he had to withdraw from the lawsuit. Everybody else is still on it, though. They're going to get so hammered on that suit. Crackbot says, Andrew War Snowboard says, Carl Hubble retired 5 years before the Indians' last title, and he played his entire career for the New York Giants. Andrew Haskins says, learn Kabbalah, Nick. Michael is he who is like God. William Barnes says, the thought process was, we're coming for your children. Make good logic. Watch the video and listen to the song. Nope. Diamond Duck 98 says, what about Kal-El? Xander's Rand says, Xenogear
is you know what Kal-El is?
Yeah, the dad of Superman.
Yeah. That's funny.
Or wait, no, Kal-El is Superman. Yeah. Jor-El is the dad. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay, fine.
Xander's Rand says, Xenogear has a lot of Gnosticism and Jewish mysticism. Cool. Alex says, you play PUBG, be honest. I did back when it was in beta, but I haven't played it since it was released. Jackson Kai says, Joe is doing God's work on PUBG. Bad Dragon Knight says, logical crusade gameplay stream when? Kalinka Pavlova says, good logic, Twitch streaming PUBG, Lamau. Poorly Redacted says, damn, I wish humor wasn't killed in the modern day. As a mere 29-year-old, I missed 10 years ago. Me too, brother. Trainer Red says, I'm lagging an hour behind, but just got to the Cleveland bit and immediately thought of the hastily made Cleveland tourism video. Ellen Bailey says, imagine watching 14 seasons of Supernatural. Wow. To be fair, we've done it over like 7 years. Human Crouton says, favorite extended commandment is not to eat hyraxes. What the hell's a hyrax?
I think a hyrax is one of the 4 animals, which is basically, it's very much like a rabbit. But go on.
Okay. Scarvy the Strange says, good logic to European server, Israel #1, Palestine #4. Andrew Haskins says, Evangelion like televangelist. Say it right, Nick. I said Evangelion. What the God damn it?
Said Evangelion.
I don't care what they have to say. That one guy says also that first medical tech law question sounds like something to ask on civil law about. He's into patents and technology. Maybe he can walk that tightrope. Maybe he can, but that's everything. Oh my gosh, this is a long stream. Why are you still here?
I don't know.
It's against your better interest. Like you need sleep, my man.
It's 4:23 here.
Yeah, I know. It's
but I was like, actually, the only reason I'm here so long is I was thinking like, wow, I look so good on this stream. It's crazy. And
that's me.
I've sort of been marveling at myself and like how good I look tonight. It's like that's why but
it's funny because at the beginning, it's warmed up on you because at the beginning of the show or before the show, I think you were talking about how close the camera puts you.
Yeah, I like it. That's what I like being in close to the camera. But I was always told that it's vanity that makes me want to be close. I don't know what it is. I was told it's a bad thing to be this close to the camera, and yeah, but I kind of like it. I think I don't know.
No, I think
it brings in my eyes.
I think vanity is a good reason to do everything. So that's great. Well, man, guys, again, subscribe to Good Logic, of course. Check him out on Locals.
Yeah,
and,
I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't expect to do a show tomorrow, but I will be streaming. I do stream Sunday to Thursday from 10 p.m. till midnight. And you guys seem to really like me. And many of you are hanging around before and just talking in here. I'm just saying, instead of talking in here, I always finish in time for the start of Nick. Even if Nick's not on, I still finishing the time to start Nick. So
check it out.
Make sure that you check me out. You're going to really like what you come to see. You're going to really like it.
The movie on Twitch tonight is it's 3:30. I'm not doing a movie on Twitch tonight. Look, next month is a ton of great movies. We're going to have a bunch of them. Tomorrow I'll be playing Doki Doki Literature Club, but I can't do a movie tonight. I'm so freaking tired. I did not expect a 4+ hour show, but I'm glad to have done one. So there's that. All right, man.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Well, let's end this thing. You guys have a good night. I can't play an outro song for you because of how StreamYard works. So you'll just have to go play it yourself. I'll try and find a way to get it put into this thing.
And believe us, we're really leaving. So
yep. All right. Catch y'all later. Peace. Peace.
Godspeed.